They didn't tell me the important part until after I signed the form. Not the safety rules, not the route map, not even the part about the whiteout swallowing entire trucks like they never existed. They waited until I had already put my pen down. Then the supervisor slid the clipboard back toward himself and said, almost casually, "If a vehicle drops off your radar out there, you do not go looking for it." I remember staring at him. The room was warm, but my hands felt cold already. "Why?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just looked at me like I was something that hadn't learned fear yet. Then he tapped the radio on his belt. "Because the ice road doesn't lose vehicles," he said. "It keeps them." That was my first night at Ice Road Station 9. And I still don't fully understand what he meant. The station itself didn't look like much from the outside. Just a low concrete building sitting alone in a stretch of frozen emptiness, like someone dropped it here by mistake and forgot to pick it back up. The wind never stopped moving across it. It made a sound like something dragging its nails across metal. Inside, everything smelled like diesel, wet boots, and old coffee that had been reheated too many times. There were only 6 of us on shift. I learned their names fast, but I only remember how they looked more than what they said. There was the dispatcher with tired eyes that never really focused on anything in front of her, the mechanic with hands permanently stained black, and the supervisor, Rashid, who spoke like every sentence had already been tested for danger before leaving his mouth. He was the one who led the briefing. A big wall map of the ice highway system was pinned behind him, red lines stretching across white nothing, long routes labeled with kilometer markers and warning zones that looked too frequent to be comforting. He pointed at Route 37. "That's your line tonight." My eyes followed his finger. It was the longest stretch on the map, almost a straight cut through frozen lake systems and abandoned logging paths. No towns, no shelters, just distance. And silence. "You'll be alone on that route," he said. "One patrol unit, one radio, one chance to turn around if command tells you." He paused, then added, "And no second chances if you ignore that order." That line stuck in my head more than anything else. I asked him what happened if a truck broke down out there. The mechanic gave a short laugh without humor. "You don't wait," he said. "You log it, you mark the position, and you keep moving." "Even if they're freezing?" I asked. Nobody answered that one directly. Instead, Rashid leaned closer to the map. "That's not the problem," he said quietly. "The problem is when the truck is there, but it shouldn't be." That was the first open loop he left hanging in my mind. What did he mean by "shouldn't be"? But before I could ask, the dispatcher interrupted with a stack of printed reports. Missing vehicles. That was the word printed at the top of every sheet. Not accidents, not breakdowns. Missing. She laid them out like she was tired of being the only one who still reacted to them. 3 this week, she said. Her voice was flat, like she had said it too many times already. Rashid didn't even look at the papers. "That's normal during whiteout season," he said. "It's not normal," she replied. Silence. That was the moment I realized something important. They weren't agreeing on facts. They were agreeing on silence. Like arguing would make it worse. I picked up one of the reports. Truck ID, Route 37, last ping, kilometer 73. Then nothing. No distress signal, no crash report, no wreckage found. Just gone. I looked up. "Did they find it?" I asked. The dispatcher shook her head slowly. "No recovery," she said. "No debris, no radio signal after the drop." "And the driver?" She hesitated for half a second too long. "Not confirmed." That hesitation was worse than a clear answer, because it meant they didn't even know how to categorize what happened. Rashid took the paper from my hand and tapped it once. "That's why you don't chase signals out there," he said, "because sometimes the signal is the only thing left." That didn't make sense, but nobody tried to explain it. Instead, the mechanic walked over to the locker wall and threw me a set of keys. Heavy ones, old metal, scratched like they had been used too many times for things nobody wanted to remember. "Unit 12, he said. "She's not pretty, but she listens." "Listens," I repeated. He smirked slightly. "Just drive, don't overthink it." That was the second time I felt like everyone knew something I didn't. Outside, the wind slammed against the station walls harder now. The kind of wind that made you feel like the world was trying to erase itself. Rashid walked me to the vehicle bay. It was half open, lit by flickering yellow lights that made everything look older than it was supposed to be. My patrol truck sat there. White paint, reinforced frame, ice tires that looked too large for something meant to be driven by a single person. The engine was already humming low, like it had been waiting for me. Before I climbed in, Rashid stopped me. He didn't look at the truck, he looked at me. "One more thing," he said. I waited. "If your radio picks up a voice that isn't dispatch," he said slowly, "you do not respond immediately." "Why?" "Because it might be waiting for you to answer." That was the third open loop. A voice on the radio that wasn't dispatch. I laughed a little, thinking maybe it was some kind of station joke. But nobody else laughed. So I stopped. I climbed into the truck. The cabin smelled like cold rubber and old heating coils trying their best. I adjusted the mirror. The station lights behind me looked smaller already, like I was drifting away from something that didn't want me to leave. Rashid stood near the bay door. He raised one hand. Not a wave. A warning. Then I drove out. The moment the truck crossed the threshold of Station 9, the world changed. Not suddenly. Slowly. Like someone was lowering a curtain made of snow. The road ahead wasn't really a road anymore. It was a suggestion. Two faint tracks disappearing into a white horizon that kept shifting even when I stared directly at it. My headlights cut forward maybe 30 meters. Beyond that, nothing stayed still. The radio crackled once, then went quiet. I checked the dashboard. All systems normal. Speed steady. Fuel fine. Everything looked like it should. And that was the first thing that felt wrong. Because out here, normal meant nothing. At kilometer 12, I passed the first warning sign. Half buried in ice. No stopping beyond this point during whiteout CONDITONS. Someone had scratched something underneath it. I slowed down. Leaned closer. The letters weren't English. Or at least they weren't fully English. Like someone started writing a message and forgot how to finish it halfway through. The wind hit harder. The truck shook slightly. And then I saw it. Just for a second. Far ahead. A shape. Not a vehicle, not clearly. Something darker than the snow around it, standing still in the middle of the road. I blinked. It was gone. My hand tightened on the wheel. I told myself it was visibility distortion, ice glare, nothing unusual. But the air inside the cab felt different now. Like it had gotten thinner. At kilometer 31, the radio turned itself on. A soft click. Then static. I almost turned it off, but Rashid's warning came back to me. Don't respond immediately. So I waited. The static shifted. Not random anymore. Structured. Like something trying to form words. Then it stopped. A voice came through. Clear. Too clear. Unit 12. I froze. The voice wasn't dispatch. It sounded close, like it was inside the truck with me. Unit 12, why did you leave so early? My throat went dry. I didn't answer. The road ahead seemed longer now, like it had stretched while I wasn't looking. The voice came again, softer, almost familiar. You were supposed to stay. I reached for the radio knob. Stopped. Rashid's words hit again. It might be waiting for you to answer. So I didn't. Instead, I kept driving. The snow thickened. The world narrowed. And somewhere between kilometer 40 and 50, I realized something that made my stomach drop. The tire tracks behind me were gone. Not covered. Not buried. Gone. Like I had never driven here at all. And that was the moment I understood the first rule of Ice Road Station 9. It wasn't about driving safely. It was about proving you were still moving forward in a place that didn't always allow things to continue existing. The radio crackled again. This time no voice. Just breathing. Slow. Measured. Inside the static. And then faintly, almost like a whisper pressed against glass. It's already behind you. I checked the mirror, and the whiteout behind me wasn't empty anymore. The tire tracks were wrong. That was the first thought in my head. Not strange, not unusual. Wrong, because out here, on Highway 37, tracks were supposed to tell a story, movement forward, direction, proof that something real had passed through the snow. But these tracks, they were doing something else. I slowed the truck without meaning to. My headlights washed over the ice ahead, and there they were, two deep grooves cutting through the white nothing. Fresh, clear, heavy vehicle, maybe a truck. Maybe mine. But then I noticed the direction. My throat tightened a little. They're coming back, I whispered. The tracks didn't just go forward into the storm. They went forward and then turned back into themselves. Like the road had been walked twice in opposite directions by the same invisible body. I leaned closer to the windshield. Wipers scraped slowly, like they were tired. The storm was lighter here, but only slightly, enough to see detail, enough to make things worse. Because detail meant certainty, and certainty meant this was real. I stopped the truck. The engine idled low, vibrating through my chest. I stared at the tracks. They were perfect. Too perfect. No drift, no interruption, no wind distortion. Just clean forward movement, and then a return path that matched it exactly. Step for step, tire for tire, like something had driven forward, then decided to drive back. Without turning around, I swallowed. That's not possible, I said out loud. The radio gave a soft crack in response. No voice, just static, but it felt like acknowledgement. I turned off the engine. The sudden silence made everything louder. The wind, the snow tapping the glass, my own breathing, and then something worse. A faint crunch outside. I froze. It wasn't the wind. It had rhythm. Slow, measured, like tires rolling over packed ice. I looked out the side window. Nothing, only white. But the sound continued. Left side, matching my truck. I turned the ignition back on instantly. The engine roared awake, breaking the silence. The crunching stopped. Immediately. That made my stomach drop. Because it wasn't random anymore. It was responding. I put the truck in gear and started moving forward again, slowly following the tracks. My tires aligned perfectly with them. Almost like I didn't have a choice. Like the road itself was guiding me. The storm thickened ahead, but the tracks stayed visible. They shouldn't have. They were too clean for this weather, too preserved. As I followed them, I noticed something small. The deeper I went, the more the tracks started to change. Not direction, behavior. At first, they were simple forward motion. Then I saw the first reversal. A set of tire marks that suddenly stopped and went backward. Not turning, not skidding, just revering perfectly into the exact same line they came from. My chest tightened. I slowed down again. "What the hell?" I muttered. And then I saw another set of tracks beside mine. But not mine, because I hadn't passed anything. And these tracks were fresh. They ran parallel to mine, matching speed. I looked left. Nothing. Right. Nothing. But the tracks were there, following me. My heartbeat started to rise. I pressed lightly on the accelerator. The truck responded. The second set matched instantly. No delay. No deviation. Perfect synchronization. That's when I realized something I didn't want to accept. It wasn't just following me. It was driving with me. Like I wasn't alone on the road anymore. I checked the mirrors again. Empty white. But the tracks behind me told a different story. There were now 3 sets. Mine, the unknown one beside me, and a third one forming directly behind my truck. Too close. Too aligned. I felt my throat dry out. "No, no, no," I whispered. The radio clicked again. This time a voice slipped through. Not static. Not broken. Just calm. "You're reading them correctly." My hands tightened on the wheel. "Who is this?" I said instantly. A pause. Then, "You already saw me." My stomach dropped. Because I had. The shadow from before. The packing shape. But that didn't explain the tracks. I forced myself to keep driving forward. Because stopping felt worse now. The tracks ahead began to shift again. This time, the reversal wasn't random. It was intentional. The forward line stopped at a point in the snow, and then bent backward like something had turned around in place. But there were no turning marks. No wide arc. No hesitation. Just a perfect reversal carved into frozen ground. Like physics didn't apply here. I pulled slightly closer. My headlights revealed something I hadn't noticed before. Inside the tire grooves, there were footprints. Not human-shaped exactly, but close enough to make my skin crawl. Smaller indentations between the treads, like someone had been walking inside the tire tracks. I stopped the truck again. My breathing was louder now. The wind outside felt heavier, like it was pressing against the glass, trying to listen in. The radio whispered again. Soft, almost gentle. "It doesn't stop moving forward." I frowned. "What does?" No answer. Just silence. Then the crunching returned. This time louder. Right beside the truck. My eyes snapped to the right window. Something moved. Just outside the light. Not fully visible, but close enough to distort the snow around it. Walking. Keeping pace. Exactly in the second set of tracks. I didn't move. Didn't breathe properly. It wasn't just matching speed anymore. It was matching position. Like it knew where I was going before I did. Then suddenly, the tracks ahead changed again. This time both sets stopped. At the same point. Perfectly aligned. My truck rolled forward slowly, approaching the stop point. And I saw something that made my stomach twist. At the end of the tracks, there was no vehicle. But there was a shape, a deep indentation in the snow, like something heavy had been parked there, waiting. I stopped just before it. The engine idled. The wind slowed slightly, almost unnatural. And then, the tracks reversed, both sets, at the same time. They didn't turn around. They just erased their forward motion and started moving backward through themselves. I watched in disbelief as the snow rewrote its own history. My voice came out barely audible. "How is it doing that?" The radio responded immediately. "It remembers both directions." I shook my head. "That doesn't make sense." A pause. Then the voice quieter now. "Neither do you." The second set of tracks suddenly moved again. Forward, but not away. Toward me. I hit the accelerator instinctively. The truck jerked forward. The snow blurred, but the tracks kept pace. Right beside me. Closer now. Too close. I could almost feel something pressing against the passenger side door. Not touching, just existing there, matching every movement I made. My breathing got faster. The storm thickened again. Visibility dropped, but the tracks didn't disappear. They became more visible, almost glowing in contrast, like the snow itself was refusing to cover them. Then the radio cracked. A new sound came through. Not a voice, a recording. Faint, distant, but familiar. My own breathing. I froze. The sound on the radio matched mine exactly. In real time. I looked at the dashboard. The signal meter was fluctuating wildly, like something was syncing with me. The tracks beside me suddenly shifted direction. Not backward, not forward, but sideways, cutting across the snow in a way no vehicle should be able to move. I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded slightly. The world tilted, and for a moment everything stopped. Silence, pure silence. Then, a knock on the passenger window. Soft. Once. I didn't turn my head immediately. My entire body locked in place. Another knock. Closer. Then a third. Right beside my ear. From outside, I slowly turned my head. The glass was covered in frost now. But behind it, something stood in the tracks. Not fully formed, but enough to understand. It was wearing motion, like it was made of movement itself. And on the ground beneath it, the tire tracks were still revering. Perfectly, together, in sync, as if waiting for me to understand something I wasn't ready to accept. The radio whispered one last time. "Now you see why no one turns back." And then the engine turned itself off, leaving me alone with the thing that had been driving beside me the entire time. The radio shouldn't have known my full name. That was the first thought that hit me, because I never gave it. Not to Station 9, not in the application, not even on the route log. And yet, Unit 12, Armin Qureshi. My hands went cold instantly. The voice came through the radio like ice cracking under pressure. Slow, sharp, too clear for something buried in static. I stopped the truck without even thinking. The engine idled, shaking softly, like it didn't understand why I had frozen. Outside, the storm kept moving, but it felt quieter now, like it was listening too. I stared at the radio. My throat was dry. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." A burst of static answered me. Then again, Armin Qureshi. Same voice, same tone. But something was wrong with it. It didn't feel like sound traveling through air. It felt like something pressing against the speaker from the other side. I reached for the volume knob, but my hand stopped halfway, because I realized something worse. The voice wasn't just calling me. It was pronouncing my name correctly. Every syllable, every pause, like it had practiced, like it had said it before. My breathing got heavier. I forced myself to look outside the windshield. White nothing, no movement, no tracks, just the storm swallowing everything beyond the headlights. But now it didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. The radio crackled again. Why did you stop at kilometer 61? I flinched, because I hadn't reported that stop. Not yet. I hadn't even logged it. My grip tightened on the wheel. I didn't stop, I said instinctively. The moment I said it, I regretted it again. Rashid's warning came back like a blade. Don't respond immediately. But I had already responded. And now the silence outside the truck changed again. Not wind, not snow. Something slower. Something waiting. The radio clicked softly. Then, you stopped because you saw it. My chest tightened. I didn't answer. I couldn't, because that part was true. The tracks, the thing packing me, the reversal that shouldn't exist. My eyes drifted to the passenger window without meaning to. The frost had thickened again, and behind it, I thought I saw movement. Just for a second, a shape leaning closer, then gone. The radio spoke again, softer now. You're still looking at it, aren't you? My stomach dropped. No, I said quickly, but my eyes didn't move from the window. Because I was. The storm outside shifted suddenly, like something had passed through it. A pressure wave. Not wind. Something heavier. The truck rocked slightly. My heart jumped. Then the radio gave a long static hiss. And the voice returned, but different. Closer. Not filtered anymore. Like it had stepped into the same room as me. Armand. I froze. It said my name like it was standing right beside my seat. Slow. Controlled. Almost careful. My hand moved toward the ignition key. But I stopped again, because the engine was already off. I hadn't turned it off. My breath caught in my throat. The radio continued. You always think turning off the engine makes you safer. A pause. Then, it doesn't. The silence after that felt heavier than anything before. I turned my head slowly toward the dashboard. The radio display flickered. For a split second, it wasn't showing frequency numbers anymore. It showed a location. KM 73. Same point as the missing truck report. My pulse spiked. That's not real, I muttered. The radio answered immediately. It is where you will stop next. My body went cold. No, I said louder this time. I'm not going there. A pause. Then the voice did something unexpected. It sighed, like disappointment. You already are. The truck suddenly jolted forward, even though my foot wasn't on the accelerator. I grabbed the wheel instantly. What the? The gear shifted itself. The tires moved. The truck began rolling into the whiteout again. Slow at first, then steady, like something invisible had taken control of the path. I tried braking. Nothing changed. The pedal felt dead. No resistance. No response. Just motion. My breathing became sharp. Okay, stop, I whispered. But the truck didn't listen. The radio stayed quiet now. That was worse, because silence meant it was watching. Outside, the storm thickened again, but something new appeared in it. Light, not headlights. Something dim, like reflection bouncing off ice that wasn't there before. I squinted and saw it. Tracks. Again. But these weren't the ones from before. These were different. They were fresh, and they were already moving. Ahead of me. Not behind. Not beside. Ahead. Like something was driving in front of my truck now. Leading me. My chest tightened. No, I'm not following that, I whispered. But I was. The steering wheel adjusted slightly on its own, aligning perfectly with the tracks, like the truck recognized them as road. My throat went dry. The radio clicked again. Soft. Calm. Good. That single word made my stomach drop, because it wasn't warning me anymore. It was confirming something. I leaned forward, trying to see past the headlights. The tracks ahead began to change again. They weren't normal anymore. They started forming patterns, reversals, loops, like something was writing directions into the snow in real time. And then I saw something that made my chest tighten even more. There were two sets of tracks now. One going forward, one coming back, but both were identical. Perfect mirror. Like the road itself couldn't decide which direction time was moving. My hands shook slightly. This isn't possible, I whispered. The radio responded instantly. It is already happening. A pause. Then, you are just late to it. My eyes snapped to the rearview mirror. For the first time since leaving Station 9, there was something behind me. Not a shape, not a shadow, but disturbance. Like the air itself was compressed into movement. Matching speed again. Always matching. My breathing got faster. And then, the radio changed tone. For the first time, it didn't sound calm. It sounded close. Urgent. Do not look directly at it when it aligns with you. My body froze. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Just static. But now I could feel it. The alignment. Left. Right. Behind. Ahead. All at once. Like something was positioning itself around me in a perfect circle. The truck slowed slightly. Not because I wanted it to, because the world around me did. The tracks ahead stopped moving. The ones behind stopped too. Everything paused. Even the wind. Even the snow. And in that frozen second, the radio spoke again. Soft. Almost like a warning buried inside a confession. It learned your pattern from the first kilometer. My pulse spiked. That's not, I didn't do anything, I said. A pause. Then the voice replied. You drove in a straight line. My stomach dropped. Because it was right. That's all I had done. Straight driving. No deviation. No hesitation. No choice. And now something had learned exactly how I moved. The storm suddenly shifted again. The silence broke, and the truck jolted forward violently. I almost hit the wheel. The tracks ahead had changed. They weren't just guiding anymore. They were closing in, forming a shape, a loop, a circle, around kilometer 73. My breath caught, because I finally understood. I wasn't being led there. I was being outlined into it. The radio gave one last crackle. And then the voice said something that made my entire body go cold. Armand, I am already inside your route. The truck accelerated slightly, even though I wasn't touching anything. And ahead in the white nothing, I saw the faint outline of something waiting where KM-73 should be. Something that looked like it had been standing there long before I ever started driving. Kilometer 73 wasn't on the map anymore. That was the first thing I realized. Not missing, not unclear, gone, like the world had decided that numbers should never have existed in the first place. My truck rolled forward anyway. Slow, unstoppable. The headlights cut through the white storm, but the road didn't feel like a road anymore. It felt like repetition, like I had already driven this exact stretch before, just without memory of it. Then I saw the sign, KM-73, half buried in ice, standing too straight for something this far out. I exhaled without meaning to. There it is, I whispered. But something inside me didn't relax, because I had already seen it once, maybe twice, maybe more. I slowed the truck. The engine kept humming like nothing was wrong. But everything was wrong. The wind died down slightly. That made it worse, because silence out here never meant peace. It meant attention. The radio clicked softly. No voice yet, just static. I stared at the sign as I passed it, and I noticed something I shouldn't have. Fresh tire marks circling it. Not passing, not stopping, circling. Perfect loops carved into ice like something had been waiting there, packing. My throat tightened. I didn't do that, I said under my breath. But even saying it felt uncertain, because I couldn't remember the last 10 minutes clearly. Just driving, just white, just motion. The truck kept going. And then, the sign appeared again. Same KM-73. Same tilt. Same ice. My grip tightened instantly. I slammed the brake lightly. The truck slowed, but the sign didn't move away. It stayed exactly where it was, ahead of me, like it had never left. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered. No, I already passed you. The radio crackled. A voice slipped through. Calm. Too calm. Yes, you did. My breath froze. I turned the radio volume down instinctively, but it didn't matter. The voice continued anyway. You passed it 7 times already. My eyes snapped forward. 7. That didn't make sense. I looked at the odometer. It hadn't changed much, but something about the road felt stretched, like distance was being reused instead of traveled. I forced myself to drive again. The truck moved forward. The sign disappeared behind me. Relief hit for half a second. Then, it appeared again. Ahead, closer this time. Same KM-73. Same broken edge of ice. My pulse jumped. This isn't real, I muttered. The radio responded immediately. It is real, you are looping. My jaw tightened. I'm not looping. A pause. Then the voice said something that made my skin go cold. You turned left at the frozen marker. I blinked. I didn't turn left. Silence. Then, you will remember it soon. My hands tightened on the wheel. And then I noticed something small. The snow outside wasn't falling forward anymore. It was falling sideways. No direction. Just movement without end. Like the world had lost its sense of forward. The truck continued. The sign appeared again. Closer. Now I could see something scratched into it. New writing. Not official. Not warning text. Just carved words. Stop counting it. My throat tightened. Counting what? I asked without thinking. The radio answered instantly. Your loops. My breathing became uneven. I looked at the dashboard. Fuel was fine. Speed normal. But the GPS screen flickered again. KM 73. KM 73. KM 73. Stacked on itself. Like the system couldn't decide which version was correct. I hit the brakes harder this time. The truck skidded slightly. Ice screamed under the tires. And for a moment, everything stopped. No movement. No wind. No static. Just silence. That silence lasted too long. Then, tap. On the windshield. Soft. Once. I froze instantly. My eyes locked forward. Nothing outside. Just white. Tap. Again. This time slightly harder. I swallowed. My hands didn't move. My breathing felt trapped in my chest. Tap. Closer. Right in front of me. I slowly leaned forward, trying to see through the frost. Nothing clear. Just distortion. But something was there. Not visible. Present. Waiting. The radio whispered. Don't acknowledge it. My breath stopped. I hadn't even touched the radio. So it spoke on its own. Tap. The sound came again. This time from the side of the windshield. Not the center. Moving. Following my line of sight. My body tensed. I didn't look directly at it. I couldn't, because something in me knew. If I did, it would complete the connection. The truck engine suddenly lowered its idle, like it was losing strength, or giving up. The dashboard lights flickered once, then steadied. I forced myself to speak. I'm still moving, right? I asked quietly. The radio didn't answer immediately. That pause was worse than anything. Then, yes. A second pause. Then it added, but not forward. My stomach dropped. I looked outside again. The sign was gone now. No KM 73. No marker. Just white emptiness. That should have felt like escape. But instead it felt like removal. Like something had erased the last anchor I had. The truck started moving again. But I didn't press anything. It moved anyway. Slow. Predictable. Like it knew the route better than I did. The radio crackled softly. And then I heard something that made my chest tighten. My own voice. Faint. Coming from the speaker. But not what I said. Something I hadn't said yet. Don't stop here. I froze. That's not me, I whispered. The voice on the radio replied instantly. It is from the last loop. My mind went cold. Loops. So it wasn't distance anymore. It was repetition. Time repeating itself on the same stretch of road. I tried to think back, but memory felt unreliable now. Like it had been edited. The truck slowed again, then stopped without warning. Not me. Not brakes. Just stop. The engine hummed softly, then lowered, then almost silent. I looked forward and saw it. The sign, KM 73. Again, but this time, it was closer than before. Too close, almost touching distance from the truck, as if I had never moved at all. My heartbeat rose. This isn't possible, I whispered. The radio responded quietly. You are not leaving it. My breathing became shallow. Why? I asked. A pause. Then the voice said something that made everything worse. Because something is already standing at the exit. My eyes widened slightly. Exit. So there was one. Somewhere. I just couldn't reach it. The windshield tapped again. Once. Then silence. Then a voice, not from the radio this time. Outside. Soft. Right beside the glass. My name. Armand. My body went still. Not through speakers. Not distorted. Direct. I didn't move. Didn't breathe properly. The voice continued. You stopped at KM 73. I closed my eyes for half a second, trying to reset reality. When I opened them, the windshield was no longer empty. There was something pressed against the glass. Not a face, not a shape, just pressure, like something on the other side was learning the outline of the truck by touch alone. The radio spoke one last time. Quiet, final. This is where the loop remembers you. The engine shut off. Completely. And in the silence that followed, I realized I wasn't alone in the truck anymore. Not because something entered, but because it had always been here, just waiting for the loop to finish forming it. The report shouldn't have existed. That was the first thing I noticed. It was sitting on my desk like it belonged there, like it had always been part of the system. Fresh print, cold ink, ICE road registry stamp at the top. But the vehicle ID made my stomach drop. TR-17. That number was dead. Officially erased 5 years ago. I remember that clearly because even new recruits were warned about it. Some trucks don't get retired. They get removed, scrapped, burned, rewritten out of the system. TR-17 was one of them. So why was it back on my table? I stared at the paper too long. Long enough that the dispatcher noticed. You seeing it too? She asked quietly. Her voice didn't carry surprise. Just fatigue. Like she already knew what my reaction would be. I looked up at her. You can't be serious, I said. This truck was destroyed. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she slid another sheet toward me. Same ID. Different timestamp. Fresh log. Active ping detected at Highway 37 corridor. My throat tightened. That route is closed in sections, I said. She nodded. That's why it shouldn't be there. That word again. Shouldn't. It kept coming back like something stuck in the system. I leaned back in my chair slightly. Check the archive, I said. This has to be a database error. The mechanic laughed once from the corner. Not amused. Just tired. We checked, he said, 3 times. He tapped the screen on the wall. A frozen image loaded. Old footage. Black and white feed from years ago. A truck burning in open ice. Frame by frame. Then static. Then nothing. Deleted. That was what it was supposed to be. But then the screen flickered, and something else appeared beneath it. A second file. Same truck. Same ID. But moving. My body went still. That's not archived, I said quietly. The dispatcher shook her head. No, she said, that's live. For a moment, nobody spoke. The only sound was the station heater clicking in slow cycles. On, off, on, off, like it was trying to keep up with something unstable. I stepped closer to the screen. The live feed was grainy. Too grainy for modern tracking. It showed Highway 37. Frozen white corridor. No landmarks. No markers, just endless snow. And then, headlights. My chest tightened instantly. The shape of a truck appeared in the storm. Slow, unsteady, but moving. I leaned forward. That can't be TR-17, I muttered, because TR-17 didn't exist anymore. Not physically, not legally, not anywhere. But the license plate came into focus, even through the distortion. TR-17. My stomach dropped. The mechanic behind me went quiet. That was worse than his earlier laugh, because now even he didn't have a joke. The truck on screen kept moving, slowly, like it wasn't fully attached to the road. The snow around it behaved wrong. Not blowing, not falling, just bending away from it. I frowned. That's not normal movement, I said. The dispatcher nodded slowly. It never is with that unit. I turned to her. Explain. She hesitated. That hesitation told me everything I didn't want to know. Then she said it anyway. We don't know where it's driving from. A pause. Then she added, and we don't know where it started. My throat went dry. That's impossible, I said. She shook her head. It shows up on Highway 37, she said, every time. The screen flickered again. The truck got closer, and I noticed something I shouldn't have. The headlights weren't pointing forward. They were slightly angled, like the truck had been turning. But there was no turn on the road, just straight ice. My mind started tightening around the contradiction. How does it turn? I asked. The mechanic spoke quietly. It doesn't. I looked at him. He didn't look back. He was watching the screen, like he didn't want to blink. It only changes direction after you stop watching it, he said. That made no sense. But the way he said it made it worse. Like it wasn't theory. It was experience. The screen suddenly glitched. Static. Then the image returned. But the truck was closer now. Too close. No transition. Just jump. I stepped back slightly. That's a feed delay, I said quickly. It's skipping frames. The dispatcher shook her head again. No delay, she said. Her voice lowered. It reacts when we observe it. I stared at her. That's not how tracking systems work. She looked at me directly for the first time. Her eyes were tired, but not confused. You still think this is a system, she said. That sentence hit harder than I expected, because she wasn't arguing with me. She was correcting me. The screen flickered again, and for half a second, the truck wasn't on the road anymore. It was inside snow, like the road had swallowed it halfway. Then it was normal again. I blinked. What was that? I asked. No one answered immediately. Then the mechanic finally spoke. That's the problem, he said quietly. He doesn't stay in the same version of the road. My mind tightened. Doesn't stay, I repeated. He nodded once. We've tracked it across 5 different route maps, he said. None of them match. The dispatcher added softly. It's not following Highway 37. A pause. It's rewriting it. That sentence made my chest feel heavier. I looked back at the screen. TR-17 was closer again, now almost filling the frame. And I noticed something new. The windshield of the truck on screen was reflecting something behind it. But there was nothing behind it, just snow. Yet the reflection showed movement, like something was sitting inside the cab. My breathing slowed. That's impossible, I whispered. The mechanic finally looked away from the screen. "No," he said. "It's not impossible." A long silence followed. Only the heater ticking. Only the faint hum of distant radio interference. Then the dispatcher pushed another file onto the desk. Hard copy. Fresh ink. My name wasn't on it, but the header was. Assigned observer, Unit 12. My chest tightened. "That's not my designation," I said. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tapped the bottom of the report. There was a note. Handwritten. Not printed. It said, "Do not engage voice signal after first contact." I frowned. "Voice signal?" I asked. The mechanic finally turned fully toward me. His face was pale now. "Every time it appears," he said, "it talks." I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. "TR-17, I asked. He nodded. "And something else." That something else again. Always incomplete. Always missing definition. The screen suddenly went black. No static. No fade. Just off. The room felt quieter instantly. Too quiet. The dispatcher reached for the radio on the wall. Paused. Then stopped. "I didn't turn it on," she said softly. We all looked at it. A low crackle came through anyway. Then a voice. Not from the screen. Not from any visible source. From the room itself. Clear. Cold. Measured. Observer Unit 12 confirmed. My blood ran cold. The mechanic stepped back slightly. The dispatcher didn't move. The voice continued. "Why are you watching me again?" I swallowed hard, because I hadn't said anything yet. But it spoke like it knew I was there. The mechanic whispered, "Don't respond." But it was too late. The system already had attention. The radio crackled again. And then, a second voice layered underneath the first. Fainter, broken, but familiar. It sounded like a truck engine. Idling. Inside snow. Inside silence. Inside something that didn't belong to the surface world anymore. And then the first voice said my name. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just certain. And in that moment, I realized something I didn't want to understand. TR-17 wasn't just being tracked. It was tracking back. And I was already inside its route. The headlights shouldn't have been there. That was the first thought that hit me. Because Highway 37 was empty. It always was. At least that's what the registry said. But ahead in the storm line, something was moving. Slow, steady, perfectly aligned with the road that wasn't supposed to have anything on it. I leaned forward in my seat. My breath fogged the windshield. "There's no unit scheduled on this route," I muttered. The radio crackled once in response. No voice. Just static. But it felt like it was listening. The headlights ahead grew brighter. Not fast. Not rushing. Just existing closer with every second. Like they had been there all along, and I was only now being allowed to see them. I checked the dashboard screen. Route scan running. No active units. No scheduled convoy. No emergency dispatch. Nothing. My stomach tightened. "So what am I looking at?" I whispered. The mechanic back at Station 9 had warned me about false visibility events. But this didn't feel like that. This felt heavier. More deliberate. The shape of the vehicle ahead started forming inside the snow. Slowly. Like it was being revealed instead of approaching. A truck. Large. Industrial frame. Ice-reinforced tires. and something about it made my chest tighten in a way I couldn't explain. It looked familiar, but I had never seen it before. I slowed my truck slightly. The distance between us stayed the same. That was the first thing that felt wrong. No matter how much I adjusted speed, it didn't get closer. It didn't get farther. It just stayed, like it was waiting for me to understand something before it moved again. I swallowed. "Unit ID," I said, activating the scanner. The system beeped. Once, twice, then paused. Too long. My grip tightened on the wheel. The screen flickered. "IDNTIFYING. Static. Then, TR-17. My body froze instantly. That number hit harder than it should have, because TR-17 was gone. Deleted from active registry years ago. Official decommission order. Burned logs. Scrapped file signature. Nothing should carry that ID anymore. I blinked hard. "That's not possible," I whispered. The truck ahead didn't react. It just kept moving. Smooth. Controlled. Almost like it had heard me. I checked the scanner again. Refresh. Same result. TR-17. Decommission status active. My chest tightened. "Active," I repeated. "That doesn't make sense." The radio crackled again. This time longer. Like something was trying to push through. I hesitated. Then, a voice came through. Low, distorted, but clear enough to understand. "Why are you following me?" I froze, because I hadn't transmitted anything. I hadn't touched the radio, and yet it spoke first. My throat went dry. "I'm not following you," I said automatically. A mistake. I felt it immediately. Rashid's warning echoed in my head. "Don't respond immediately." But it was too late. The silence outside the truck changed. The storm didn't feel random anymore. It felt directed. The truck ahead shifted slightly. Just a fraction, but enough to confirm something impossible. It was adjusting to me. I slowed down. It slowed too. I accelerated. It matched instantly. My breathing got heavier. "This is impossible," I muttered. The scanner suddenly flickered again. New data loaded. Not just ID. Movement logs. My eyes scanned the screen quickly. Then stopped. TR-17, last recorded route. Highway 37. My route. Current route. My stomach dropped. "That's not a coincidence," I whispered. The radio responded instantly. "It never is." I flinched, because that wasn't the same voice as before. This one sounded closer, like it was inside the cabin. I looked around quickly. Empty seat beside me. Empty rear view. Only snow and glass. But the feeling didn't leave. It stayed. Watching. The truck ahead flickered in the storm again. For a second, it disappeared. Just gone. No fade. No distance loss. Just absence. Then it returned. Closer now. My heart jumped. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, that's not normal movement." The scanner beeped again. New warning. DSOMMSSINED. Unit DATACTED in active route zone. My eyes narrowed. Decommissioned, I repeated. But the system already contradicted itself, because TR-17 was marked active, and DCOMMSSINED. Both at once. My mind struggled to process it. Two realities on one screen. The truck ahead suddenly slowed. I slowed too, without thinking, without choosing. And that scared me more than anything, because it meant I was reacting to it, not deciding. I checked the mirrors. Nothing behind me, just white storm swallowing everything. But then I noticed something small. My tire tracks. They were wrong. Not straight. Not aligned. They were slightly offset, like I had turned somewhere I didn't remember. I frowned. "That's not the road," I whispered. The radio crackled again, this time softer, almost like a whisper. "You already turned once." My throat tightened. "I didn't turn," I said quickly. Silence. Then, "You will remember it." The truck ahead flickered again, and now I saw something new. A faint reflection inside its windshield. Not the driver, not a silhouette, just movement, like something was sitting inside, watching me. My hands tightened on the wheel. "No," I whispered, "no, that's not real." But the reflection stayed, even when the truck moved, even when the snow shifted. It stayed locked on me. The scanner suddenly flashed again. New message. "Warning, observer DATSCTD." My stomach dropped. "Observer," I repeated. The radio answered immediately. "Yes." A pause. Then, "And it is now acknowledged." My breathing quickened. "What does that mean?" I asked. No answer. Only static. Then the truck ahead did something that made my chest tighten. It stopped. Completely. In the middle of Highway 37. No hazard lights. No signal. Just stillness. I slowed too. Against my will. The distance between us shrank slightly. Not because I moved faster, but because it moved closer. Without moving. That made no sense. My mind tried to rationalize it. Optical distortion. Snow refraction. System lag. But none of it held. Because the scanner updated again. Unit distance, COLLAPSING. My eyes widened. "What does that mean?" I muttered. The radio answered softly. "It means you are entering the same road." I frowned. "I am already on the road." A pause. Then the voice said something worse. "No, you are on its memory." My blood went cold. Before I could respond, the truck ahead turned slightly. Just a fraction. And I saw something that made my stomach drop completely. The side panel. Old paint. Scratched markings. Not fresh industrial design, but worn burned steel. And beneath the ice coating, a faded emblem. Ice Road Station 9. My breath stopped. "That's not TR-17, I whispered. But the scanner confirmed it again. TR-17. At the same time. Both identities overlapping. My head spun slightly. "How can it be both?" I asked. The radio didn't hesitate. "Because it was replaced." My grip tightened. Replaced by what? A long silence. Then, by the road itself. The truck ahead began moving again. Slowly, but this time not forward. It turned slightly. Not on the road, but into the storm. And the storm opened for it. Like it was expected. My chest tightened instantly. "No, no, no," I muttered. I tried to follow, but the steering wheel resisted. Not physically locked, but something felt wrong in the movement. Like I was no longer aligned with the same direction space. The scanner beeped one final time. "Do not follow active DEC unexplained unit off route. My eyes widened. Off route. But there was no off route. There was only snow. Only white. Only Highway 37. The truck ahead disappeared into the storm line. Not fading. Not leaving. Just becoming part of it. My breathing was heavy now. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was chasing it, or if it had just shown me what the road actually looks like when it stops pretending. The fog appeared where the road should have been. One moment I could still see the faint outline of Highway 37 stretching ahead. The next moment it was gone. Not hidden. Not covered. Gone. Like something had erased distance itself. Truck 17 disappeared into that fog without slowing down. Without hesitation. Without brake lights. Without any sign that the driver even noticed the world changing around him. And for reasons I still don't fully understand, I followed. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was fear. Or maybe Highway 37 had already started making choices for me. The headlights of my patrol truck pushed into the frozen gray wall ahead. Visibility dropped instantly. 10 meters. 5. Then less. The fog wasn't normal. Snowstorms shift. They move. They breathe. This fog just sat there. Still. Silent. Waiting. The radio remained quiet for the first time in hours. That should have felt comforting. Instead, it felt wrong. Because I had become used to being watched. And now the silence felt like something holding its breath. Truck 17 remained ahead. Barely visible. 2 distant lights floating inside endless gray. I checked the scanner again. TR-17. DCOM-MISSIONED. Active. Both labels remained. Neither one changed. The system couldn't decide what it was looking at. And neither could I. I kept moving. Slow. Careful. The tires hummed over packed ice beneath the fog. Then I noticed something strange. The road noise was changing. At first I thought it was engine vibration. Then I realized there was a second rhythm beneath it. Another set of tires. Far ahead. Following truck 17. My hands tightened slightly. I leaned forward. Listening. There it was again. A low rolling sound. Heavy. Industrial. Like another truck moving somewhere beyond visibility. But there shouldn't have been another truck. The route was empty. Truck 17 was already impossible. A second vehicle made no sense. Then a third sound joined it. Another engine. Another set of tires. My pulse quickened. The fog ahead shifted slightly. And for a brief moment I saw them. Headlights. Not one pair. 3. Truck 17 leading. 2 more following behind it. My stomach dropped. Because those trucks hadn't approached. They hadn't arrived. They had simply appeared. Like photographs developing inside the fog. I blinked. The lights remained. 3 vehicles now. Moving together. Perfect spacing. Perfect speed. The convoy continued forward. Silent except for the distant rumble of engines. I checked the scanner. Nothing. Only TR-17. No additional units. No active signatures. No vehicle records. Yet I could see them. The fog thickened again. The extra headlights vanished. Then reappeared. Closer this time. Not closer to me. Closer to truck 17. Like they were gathering around it. My breathing slowed. The way it always does when fear becomes too large to process all at once. I remembered something Rashid once said during training. He had been staring at an old route map while saying it. Some vehicles disappear together. At the time, I thought he meant accidents. Convoys caught in storms. Mass breakdowns. Now I wondered if he meant something else entirely. The radio crackled softly. Not enough to be a transmission. Just enough to remind me it existed. Then a voice emerged. Very quiet. Count them. I froze. The voice wasn't Truck 17. It wasn't dispatch. It sounded older. Tired. Like someone speaking through frozen lungs. I stared ahead. Truck 17. 2 behind it. 3 total. 3, I whispered. The radio went silent. A few seconds passed. Then the fog shifted again. A 4th set of headlights appeared. My blood ran cold, because it hadn't driven into view. It had formed. The lights simply emerged from inside the gray like they were being remembered. Now there were 4, then 5, then 6, each one joining the convoy without approaching from anywhere. Each one appearing exactly where empty space had been moments before. The scanner remained unchanged. Only Truck 17. Only 1 vehicle recognized. But 6 trucks moved ahead of me now. My hands felt numb. The convoy stretched deeper into the fog. Their lights formed a glowing chain, disappearing into nowhere. Then something changed. The lead truck slowed. Truck 17. Every other vehicle slowed with it. Perfect synchronization. No delay. No reaction time. Like they shared the same mind. The sight made my stomach twist. Because convoys don't move like that. People don't move like that. Only reflections do. The fog opened slightly. Just enough for me to see the sides of the trucks. Ice covered everything. Thick layers frozen across doors and windows. Years of accumulation. Not days. Not weeks. Years. These vehicles didn't look operational. They looked buried. Excavated. Returned. One of them drifted slightly closer to my lane. I caught sight of a faded company logo beneath the ice. Northern Freight. I recognized it immediately. A transport company that had shut down years earlier after multiple losses on winter routes. I remembered reading about it. 3 missing drivers. No recoveries. No wreckage. Just vanished. My throat tightened. The convoy ahead suddenly felt less random. Like each truck belonged to a story that never ended. The radio crackled again. Keep counting. The voice sounded closer now. I swallowed. There were 7 trucks. Then 8. Every few minutes another formed inside the fog. Each one older than the last. Each one carrying signs of a different era. Different paint. Different designs. Different companies. All gone. All lost. All moving together now. The realization settled slowly into my chest. This wasn't a convoy. It was a collection. The missing vehicles. The reports. The disappearances. The road hadn't lost them. It had kept them. Exactly like Rashid warned. A strange calm settled over me for a moment. Not comfort. Just understanding. One question finally had an answer. The missing trucks never left Highway 37. They stayed. But answering that question opened something worse. If these were the missing vehicles, where were the drivers? The fog answered before my mind could. A shape moved inside one of the cabins. My breath stopped. Just a silhouette. motion behind frozen glass. Then another shape appeared in a second truck. And another. The convoy continued forward. Every vehicle occupied. Every driver still sitting where they belonged. No movement. No gestures. Just watching. The headlights reflected across frozen windshields. For one terrible moment, I saw dozens of faces. Pale. Still. Looking straight ahead. Not driving. Waiting. The fear hit differently this time. Not sudden. Heavy. Like cold water slowly filling a room. Truck 17 began accelerating. The rest followed instantly. The convoy stretched deeper into the fog. And something appeared beyond them. At first, I thought it was another truck. Then I realized it was much larger. Far larger. A wall of headlights. Hundreds. Maybe more. Scattered through the gray distance. My pulse hammered. Because the convoy in front of me was only the beginning. The radio crackled softly. The tired voice returned. You finally reached the line. I gripped the wheel harder. What line? Silence. Then the answer came. The queue. My stomach dropped. Ahead beyond Truck 17. Beyond the convoy. Beyond visibility itself. Endless headlights waited inside the frozen fog. Rows and rows of vehicles stretching into darkness. Every truck that had ever disappeared from Highway 37. Still driving. Still following. Still going somewhere. And for the first time since entering the fog, I noticed something even worse. There was now a new set of headlights behind me. Matching my speed. Keeping perfect distance. Like another truck had quietly joined the convoy. And it was following me. The truck behind me wasn't there a minute ago. I was sure of that. I had checked the mirror 3 times since entering the frozen convoy. 3 times. Nothing but fog. Nothing but endless gray. Now there were headlights. 2 pale circles hanging in the storm. Matching my speed perfectly. Never getting closer. Never falling back. My stomach tightened. Because Highway 37 wasn't supposed to have traffic. Not living traffic. Not dead traffic. Nothing. Yet somehow I was trapped between them now. Truck 17 ahead. Something else behind. And an endless convoy of impossible vehicles stretching through the frozen fog. I glanced back toward the lead truck. The old decommissioned vehicle rolled steadily forward. Its taillights glowed through layers of frost. Every truck behind it followed with machine-like precision. No drifting. No corrections. No mistakes. Like they were all connected by something deeper than the road. Then Truck 17 slowed. Not much. Just enough for me to notice. My pulse jumped. The distance between us began shrinking. 20 meters. 15. 10. For the first time since spotting it, I was getting close. Close enough to see details. Close enough to finally learn who or what was driving it. Part of me wanted answers. The other part wanted to hit the brakes and turn around. But the road behind me no longer felt available. The headlights following me made sure of that. I swallowed hard and kept moving. 5 meters now. The fog shifted. A gust of wind swept across the convoy. For a brief second, the side of Truck 17 became visible. Old patrol markings, faded beneath years of ice. The logo from Station 9. The same station that officially destroyed this truck 5 years ago. The same truck I had watched burning in archive footage. I felt a chill crawl across my shoulders. Because the burn marks were still there. black scars beneath the frost. The fire had happened. The destruction had happened. Yet the truck was here anyway, rolling forward like nothing had changed. The fog opened slightly again, and I saw movement inside the cab. A silhouette. Someone sitting behind the wheel. My heart started beating harder. Finally, a driver. A person. Something real. I edged closer. The convoy continued moving. No reaction. No resistance. Just endless forward motion. The side window of truck 17 came into view. Covered with frost. Covered with age. But not completely opaque. I could make out a figure inside. Broad shoulders. Heavy winter gear. An old patrol jacket. My breathing slowed. The uniform looked familiar. Too familiar. Not modern issue. Not the gear we used now. This was older. At least 10 years old. Maybe more. The type of uniform worn before the station upgraded equipment. The type retired patrol officers used to wear in archived photographs. The driver sat perfectly still. Hands on the wheel. Eyes forward. No movement at all. I stared through the glass, trying to see the face, trying to understand who was sitting inside that impossible truck. Then another gust of wind swept through the fog. The frost shifted, and I finally saw him. At least I thought I did. My breath caught immediately. The uniform was there. The shoulders, the collar, the patrol insignia. Everything was there except the face. There wasn't one. Not hidden. Not obscured. Not covered by a mask. There was simply nothing. The space where a face should have been looked empty. Dark, like someone had cut the image away. I blinked hard. My eyes watered from staring. The figure remained. Uniform. Body. Hands. No face. My chest tightened painfully. That's not possible. The words slipped out before I realized I was speaking. The faceless driver didn't react. Didn't turn. Didn't acknowledge me. The truck continued forward. I felt a brief wave of relief. Maybe it was an illusion. Maybe the frost distorted what I was seeing. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up to me. I clung to that explanation desperately. Then the driver slowly turned his head. The movement was smooth, natural, human, except there was still nothing where the face should have been. The empty darkness rotated toward me. And somehow, I felt it looking directly into my eyes. Fear settled into my stomach like a block of ice. Not panic. Something worse. Recognition. Like part of me already knew this thing. Like I had seen it before and forgotten. The radio crackled suddenly. I nearly jumped. Static filled the cabin. Then a voice whispered through the speakers. "Don't let it see you." I almost laughed from pure disbelief. Too late. It was already staring at me. The faceless driver continued watching through the side window. No eyes. No mouth. No features. Yet every instinct screamed that its attention was focused entirely on me. The convoy slowed slightly. Every truck. Every vehicle. At exactly the same moment. The synchronized movement made my skin crawl. I looked away from truck 17 for a second. Just 1 second. And immediately regretted it. Because the trucks behind it had changed. Their windows were clearer now. The frost had thinned. The drivers inside were becoming visible. One by one. Dozens of trucks. Dozens of drivers, every single one wearing old winter gear, every single one sitting perfectly still, and every single one missing a face. My pulse hammered. No. I shook my head. No. The word escaped again. The convoy stretched endlessly into the fog. Faceless drivers filling every cabin. Watching. Waiting. Following. The radio hissed. The whisper returned. Stronger this time. They lose their faces first. A cold sensation crawled down my spine. What does that mean? I asked. The answer didn't come immediately. Only static. Then, they forget who they are. The fog thickened around the road. The convoy continued moving. But suddenly I noticed something strange. Something deeply wrong. The uniforms. The old patrol uniforms. The one worn by Truck 17's driver. I recognized the design. Not because of training. Not because of station archives. Because I had seen a photograph of it recently. Very recently. At Station 9. A memorial wall. Pictures of lost patrol officers. Missing drivers. Disappeared responders. People who never came home. I felt my stomach drop. Because one of those photographs had shown the exact same uniform. The exact same badge placement. The exact same shoulder patch. And underneath that photograph had been a name. A patrol officer lost 5 years ago. The same year Truck 17 disappeared. The same year it supposedly burned. The realization hit slowly. Like freezing water spreading through my chest. Truck 17 wasn't carrying a random driver. It was carrying whoever had vanished with it. Or whatever remained. The faceless figure continued starring. And for the first time, it lifted one hand from the steering wheel. Slowly, deliberately, pointing ahead. Not at me. Not behind. Ahead, towards something hidden deeper in the fog. Then it returned its hand to the wheel. The gesture lasted only a second, but it felt important. A warning, or an invitation. I couldn't tell which. The convoy began accelerating again. The road vanished deeper into gray emptiness. And far ahead, beyond Truck 17, beyond the endless line of faceless drivers, I saw something new emerging through the frozen fog. A structure, dark, massive, standing across the road like it had been waiting there longer than the ice itself. And every truck in the convoy was heading straight toward it. The ridge shouldn't have existed. That was the first thing that broke whatever confidence I still had left. One moment I was staring at endless frozen fog. The next, a wall of ice stood ahead of the convoy. Tall, jagged, dark blue beneath layers of snow. Like a frozen mountain had suddenly grown out of the road. Truck 17 didn't slow down. Neither did the trucks behind it. The faceless drivers remained perfectly still inside their cabins. No hesitation. No steering correction. Nothing. They just kept moving toward the ridge. My hands tightened around the wheel. Stop, I whispered. Not to them. To myself. Because some part of me wanted to follow. Some part of me still believed answers waited ahead. Truck 17 reached the ice wall first. The headlights struck the frozen surface. For a second I expected impact. Metal. Glass. Destruction. Instead, the truck entered it. Not through an opening. Not through a tunnel. Straight into solid ice. Its headlights faded beneath the frozen surface. Then vanished completely. The convoy followed. One truck after another. Disappearing into the ridge. No sound, no crash, no resistance. Just gone. My stomach twisted. I slowed immediately. The road suddenly felt empty. Too empty. The convoy that had surrounded me for hours was gone. No headlights ahead. No faceless drivers. Nothing. Only silence. The kind of silence that exists after something impossible happens and your brain doesn't know how to react. I stopped my patrol truck completely. The engine idled softly. For the first time since entering the fog, I was alone. Or at least I thought I was. The ridge towered ahead. Cold blue ice disappearing into darkness above. I stared at it through the windshield. Waiting. Expecting something. Anything. Nothing happened. Minutes passed. The radio remained silent. The fog drifted slowly around the frozen wall. And for a brief moment, relief touched me. The convoy was gone. Truck 17 was gone. Maybe that was enough. Maybe whatever this road wanted had finally ended. I actually laughed once. A nervous little sound. The first real emotion I'd felt in hours. Then I put the truck in reverse. The tires crunched softly. I backed away from the ridge. 5 meters. 10. 20. The ice wall slowly disappeared into fog. Good. I didn't care about answers anymore. I wanted Station 9. Warm lights. Real voices. Anything normal. I turned the truck around. The road behind me looked clear. For once, no headlights. No phantom convoy. Nothing. I exhaled slowly, then started driving. The fog began thinning. Little by little, the visibility improved. The road markers returned. A broken guardrail appeared on the right side. Then a snow-covered emergency beacon. Real landmarks. Real things. I almost smiled. For the first time all night, the world looked familiar. The radio crackled. A normal dispatch tone. My heart jumped. Actual relief. I grabbed the handset immediately. Dispatch. Static. Then a voice. Female. Calm. Human. Unit 12, report status. I closed my eyes briefly. The sound nearly made me emotional. I've got visual landmarks again, I said. My route is stabilizing. A pause. Then, good. The dispatcher sounded relieved too. Keep moving south. I nodded instinctively. Copy. For several minutes, everything felt normal. The road stretched ahead. The fog thinned further. My scanner showed no active anomalies. Even the pressure in my chest started easing. Maybe I had escaped. Maybe the ridge was some kind of boundary. Maybe the convoy couldn't cross back. The idea felt reasonable. Comforting. Then I checked my mirror, and my entire body went cold. Headlights. 2 pale circles. Far behind me. Following. My hands tightened instantly. No. The word escaped before I could stop it. I looked again. Still there. Perfect distance. Perfect alignment. The same way Truck 17 had followed the convoy. Now something was following me. I accelerated slightly. The headlights matched my speed. I slowed. They slowed too. My pulse began climbing again. I grabbed the scanner. Vehicle identification. The system processed. 1 second. 2. Then a result appeared. TR-17. My blood turned to ice. No. I checked again. Same result. TR-17. Active. Decommissioned. Both labels at once. Exactly like before. My throat tightened painfully. That wasn't possible. Truck 17 had entered the ridge. I watched it disappear. There was nowhere else for it to go. Yet the headlights remained behind me. Following, the radio crackled softly. The dispatcher's voice returned. Unit 12. I swallowed. Truck 17 is behind me. Silence. A long silence. Then, no. The dispatcher sounded afraid. Not doubtful. Afraid. That's not possible. I know. The headlights remained steady. Never gaining. Never falling back. Just watching. Then something changed. The fog behind the truck shifted. For a moment, the shape became visible. The old burned patrol vehicle. The same scars. The same frozen bodywork. The same impossible truck. And through the windshield, the faceless driver, looking directly at me. Not ahead. Not at the road. At me. My stomach dropped. Because the empty space or its face should have been looked darker now. Deeper. Like a hole cut into reality. The radio crackled again. This time a different voice emerged. Old. Frozen. The same voice I'd heard earlier in the convoy. Now you understand. I gripped the wheel harder. What? The answer came immediately. It never leads. The words settled heavily inside my chest. Truck 17 wasn't leading the convoy. It never had. The realization unfolded slowly. Like ice cracking across a frozen lake. The convoy wasn't following Truck 17. Truck 17 was following someone else. Always. Waiting. Watching. Joining. The faceless driver lifted one hand. Slowly. Deliberately. The same gesture as before. Pointing. Not forward. Not backward. At me. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. The scanner suddenly flashed. New data appeared. I stared at the screen. My stomach dropped. Vehicle queue updated. TR-17. Behind me. Then another listing beneath it. Unit 12 Patrol. Status. Following. I froze. Following. That made no sense. Truck 17 was behind me. The system should have shown the opposite. Yet somehow the registry believed I was the one chasing it. The radio hissed softly. The frozen voice returned one final time. You've entered the line. The road ahead darkened. The fog began thickening again. Not behind me. Ahead. Waiting. Opening. Like a path returning. I looked in the mirror. Truck 17 remained there. Patient. Steady. Never stopping. Never leaving. 5 years after being destroyed. Still moving. Still searching. And as the scanner updated one last time, I saw a new entry appear beneath my own patrol unit. An empty slot. A blank vehicle record. No identification. No driver listed. Only one word. Pending. And somehow I knew exactly who the road was saving that space for. I heard my own voice before I ever spoke into the radio. At first I thought it was feedback. A glitch. One of those strange echoes that sometimes happen when weather interferes with long-range communications. But the voice wasn't repeating something I had already said. It was saying something I hadn't said yet. Unit 12 beginning marker inspection. The words crackled through the speaker. Cold, distorted. I stared at the radio mounted beside the steering wheel. Then I looked out through the windshield. The frozen highway stretched endlessly ahead. Snow drifted across the road in thin ribbons. The sky was dark enough to swallow distance. I hadn't spoken a single word. Yet somehow the transmission had already happened. My fingers hovered over the microphone. For a moment, I just listened. Nothing. Only static. Then dispatch came through normally. Unit 12, confirm kilometer marker 51 inspection. I swallowed. Pressed the mic. Unit 12, beginning marker inspection. The words left my mouth, and a strange feeling moved through my chest, because they were exactly the same words I had heard 30 seconds earlier. Not similar. Not close. Exactly the same. Even the pauses matched. I sat quietly for a few seconds after that. The heater hummed beneath the dashboard. Outside, the ice road disappeared into darkness. The radio remained silent. Normal. Ordinary. But something felt wrong now. Like a tiny crack had opened somewhere I couldn't see. I continued the route. Routine patrol. Routine checks. The kind of work that usually left plenty of room for thinking. The highway was empty. No stranded vehicles. No emergency calls. No transport convoys scheduled until morning. Just me. Just snow. Just the endless frozen road. An hour passed without incident. Then the static started. At first it sounded distant. A faint hiss beneath dispatch traffic. Easy to ignore. But once I noticed it, I couldn't stop hearing it. Every transmission carried it. Every channel. Every frequency. Something hidden underneath. Like another conversation trying to push through. I adjusted the radio settings. The hiss remained. I switched channels. Still there. Emergency frequency. Still there. Maintenance frequency. Still there. The sound followed everything. A quiet layer buried beneath official communications. My stomach tightened slightly. The radio system on Highway 37 was old. Reliable. Simple. Not the kind of equipment that developed mysterious new signals overnight. I turned the volume higher. The static grew louder. For a brief moment, I thought I heard words. Then they vanished. I frowned. Maybe fatigue. Maybe wind interference. Maybe nothing at all. But once an idea gets into your head during a night shift, it stays there. The road markers slid past outside. Kilometer 53. 54. 55. The static remained. Constant. Persistent. Waiting. Then I heard a number. 0. The word emerged from the hiss so clearly that I nearly looked around for another passenger. 0. I froze. The voice was faint. Almost buried. But definitely there. I grabbed the radio. Adjusted the tuning wheel slowly. The official channel became weaker. The static became stronger. Then the voice returned. Channel 0. A chill moved through me. There was no Channel 0. The system started at 1. Always had. Every patrol officer knew that. I checked the frequency display anyway. Nothing unusual. Everything normal. Yet the voice remained. Hidden beneath dispatch traffic, like a second broadcast layered under the first. The radio crackled. Dispatch began reporting weather conditions. But beneath her voice, I heard another one. A male voice. Slow. Distant. Speaking at the exact same time. two conversations occupying the same signal. My pulse quickened. I turned the volume higher. The official report faded in and out. The hidden voice became clearer. Unit approaching. Static. Distance reducing. Static. Observer connected. My grip tightened on the wheel. The words sounded mechanical, not robotic. Worse, human. A human voice trying very hard not to sound human. I switched frequencies again. The hidden signal followed. Every channel, every band, every frequency, always beneath. Waiting. The realization settled slowly. This wasn't a broadcast interrupting the system. It was underneath the system, like it had always been there. Like official communications were layered on top of something older, something deeper. The thought stayed with me for miles. Then something unexpected happened. The hidden voice answered dispatch before I did. Unit 12 report status. Dispatch asked the question. Before I could respond, route stable. The hidden voice answered, using my call sign, using my response, several seconds before I actually gave it. My chest tightened. I stared at the radio, then slowly pressed the microphone. Route stable. Silence. The exact same words. Again. I felt cold despite the heater blasting warm air into the cab. The hidden channel wasn't predicting. It wasn't guessing. It knew. Somehow it knew. I looked at the digital clock. 0113. Normal. Everything looked normal. But the highway outside felt different now. The darkness seemed deeper. The empty road seemed longer. Like the world had shifted slightly while I wasn't paying attention. The radio crackled softly. The hidden voice returned. Unit 12 approaching marker 61. I looked ahead. No marker. Not yet. Just darkness. Then several seconds later, the sign appeared through blowing snow. KM 61. Exactly where the voice said it would be. My heartbeat accelerated. I told myself there had to be an explanation. GPS prediction. Route estimation. Coincidence. Anything. But the explanations were starting to feel weak. The hidden channel continued talking. Not constantly. Just enough. Small observations. Future details. Things that hadn't happened yet. Every one of them came true. A drifting snowbank. A maintenance sign. A broken reflector. Each prediction arriving moments before reality. Each one correct. The fear wasn't sudden. It built gradually. Because every accurate transmission removed another possible explanation. Eventually, I stopped changing channels. It didn't matter. Channel 0 followed everywhere. The voice always remained beneath the official broadcast. Patient, calm, watching. Around 02:00, the storm intensified. Snow crossed the highway in thick waves. Visibility dropped sharply. The road ahead became a tunnel of white. I slowed the truck, focused on the reflectors lining the route. The radio hissed louder than before. Then a second voice joined the first. My stomach tightened instantly. Until that moment, Channel 0 had only carried one speaker. Now there were two. The new voice sounded frightened, breathing hard, trying not to panic. I listened carefully and slowly realized something disturbing. The frightened voice sounded familiar. Very familiar. Too familiar. The radio crackled. The hidden speaker whispered, "Don't answer him." A pause. Then the frightened voice replied, "Please don't answer." Every muscle in my body went tense, because that second voice was mine. Not similar, not close. Mine. The exact rhythm, the exact tone, the exact breathing pattern. I nearly dropped the microphone. The storm outside intensified. Snow hammered the windshield. The hidden channel continued speaking. My voice and the other voice, talking over each other, arguing, warning, one trying to stop something, the other trying to continue. I couldn't understand everything, only fragments, pieces, broken sentences. Then one phrase came through perfectly, clearer than anything before it. "Do not acknowledge channel 0. My breathing stopped, because the warning arrived through channel 0 itself. Silence followed. Long silence. Only static remained. Then, after nearly a minute, a final transmission emerged from beneath every frequency. Soft, almost gentle. The original voice. The one that had started all of this. Connection established. The road ahead vanished into blowing white snow. The radio lights flickered once, then twice, and when the display stabilized again, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. A new channel number. Not 1, not 2, not any official frequency. Just a single digit glowing softly on the screen. And somehow, without touching the controls, I knew the radio had already switched to it. I almost drove off the road because of a sentence that shouldn't have existed. The words came through the radio, one piece at a time. Not a voice. Not exactly. Just fragments hiding inside the static. Broken sounds. Pieces of language trapped beneath the hiss. At first I thought my mind was connecting random noise into patterns. People do that sometimes. Faces in clouds. Voices in fans. Meaning where none exists. That explanation lasted about 5 minutes. Then the static started giving directions. I kept my eyes on the frozen highway. The patrol truck rolled steadily through blowing snow. Channel 0 glowed faintly on the radio display. The number sat there like it belonged, like it had always been part of the system. Outside, Highway 37 stretched into darkness. Inside, the radio whispered. Below marker 64. Static. Depth 73. Static. Access point sealed. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. The words arrived slowly, separated by long stretches of silence. But they felt connected, like pieces of a larger message. I glanced toward the dashboard map. Nothing existed beneath marker 64. Just ice, frozen ground, permafrost. There were no tunnels, no facilities, no access points, nothing. Yet the transmission continued. Below marker 64. Static, personnel abandoned. The last word made my stomach tighten. I turned the volume higher. The static immediately became louder. A storm of white noise filling the cabin. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then another sentence emerged. Sector remains occupied. I felt a cold sensation move across my shoulders. Occupied by who? The question appeared instantly. And somehow the silence that followed felt deliberate. Like whatever existed on Channel 0 wanted me asking that question. The road curved gently ahead. Snow drifted across the asphalt. Everything looked normal. Yet the truck suddenly felt isolated, separated from the rest of the world. Like Highway 37 had become its own place. A place with different rules, The radio crackled again. A new message. Different coordinates. Different location. Maintenance elevator 3. Static. Flooded since 1989. I frowned. There were no maintenance elevators. I knew every official structure connected to Highway 37. The patrol stations, fuel depots, emergency shelters. Nothing else. Certainly not elevators. Certainly not underground facilities. Yet the transmission spoke about them as if they were common knowledge. The deeper I listened, the stranger the messages became. Every location sounded specific, detailed, real. None of them existed, at least not on any map I had ever seen. Around 02:30, the snow eased slightly. Visibility improved. I found myself approaching an emergency pull-off area, a small section beside the road used for inspection. I parked, left the engine running, then opened the highway database on the truck computer. My heartbeat felt unusually loud. I typed the first location. Marker 64. Depth 73. Nothing. No records. I searched maintenance elevator 3. Nothing. I searched access point sealed. Nothing. Every result came back empty. Exactly what I expected. Yet instead of feeling reassured, I felt worse. Because the radio sounded too confident, too specific. The messages didn't sound invented. They sounded remembered. The radio hissed. Another sentence emerged. Maps revised after collapse. I froze. The timing felt impossible. I hadn't spoken aloud. I hadn't entered anything related to maps into the system. Yet somehow the transmission sounded like a response. My eyes remained fixed on the radio. The static continued. Surface personnel not informed. The words settled heavily inside the truck. For a moment, I simply sat there listening to the heater. The fan hummed softly. Warm air flowed from the vents. Everything felt normal. Everything except the radio. Then a new sound appeared beneath the static. Metal. A distant metallic groan. Slow. Deep. Like machinery moving somewhere far underground. I stared at the speaker. The sound continued for several seconds, then faded. My pulse quickened. The transmission followed. Lift descending. I looked around instinctively. There was nothing outside. Only darkness. Only snow. Only the frozen road stretching in both directions. Yet the noise had sounded real. Terribly real. The kind of sound enormous machines make. The kind of sound you feel in your chest before you hear it. I shut the database. Started driving again. Movement helped. Motion made things feel less trapped. Less claustrophobic. The highway markers slid past slowly. 65. 66. 67. The radio remained quiet for nearly 20 minutes. Long enough for me to start convincing myself that fatigue was affecting my judgment. Long enough for the fear to soften slightly. Then Channel 0 spoke again. Approaching observation site. My eyes narrowed. Observation site. Another impossible location. I waited for more information. The radio remained silent. Then suddenly, a structure appeared beside the road. My heart skipped. The shape stood partially buried beneath snow. Small, square, concrete. I immediately slowed the truck. The building looked abandoned, weathered, forgotten. I had never seen it before. That alone should have been impossible. I had driven this route dozens of times. The structure wasn't marked on any patrol map. Yet there it was, waiting beside the highway. The radio crackled softly. Observation site. A cold wave rolled through me. I pulled onto the shoulder. The headlights illuminated the building. No windows. No visible entrance. Just a concrete block rising from the snow. Part of me wanted to leave immediately. Another part wanted answers. Curiosity won, at least for a moment. I grabbed a flashlight, stepped outside. The cold hit instantly. Sharp, violent. The wind carried loose snow across the ice. My boots crunched as I approached the structure. The beam from my flashlight swept across the concrete. Old cracks, ice buildup, rust stains. Then I found something strange. A metal hatch, almost completely buried beneath snow. My breathing slowed. The hatch looked industrial, heavy, designed to seal tightly. A faded warning symbol remained visible beneath layers of corrosion. I brushed snow away with my glove. More markings appeared. Most had faded. Only a few letters remained. OBS. Then rust had eaten the rest. The radio clipped to my jacket hissed. Even outside the truck, even away from the dashboard, Channel 0 remained active. A whisper emerged from the speaker. "Do not open." I froze. For the first time, the message sounded urgent. Not calm. Not observational. Urgent. I stared at the hatch. The wind howled around the structure. The darkness beyond my flashlight seemed endless. Part of me wanted to pull the handle, to finally see what was hidden beneath the road, to prove there was a real explanation. Then another voice emerged through the static. The second voice. My voice. The one I had heard before. Tired. Afraid. Older somehow. Please listen this time. Every hair on my arm stood up. I backed away from the hatch immediately. The fear hit harder than before, because the voice sounded exhausted, like someone who had already made a terrible mistake. I returned to the truck, locked the doors, started driving again. The concrete structure disappeared into darkness behind me. For several miles, neither voice spoke. Only static remained. Then the original transmission returned. Calm once more. Emotionless. Observation site remained sealed. A pause. Then another sentence. Subject refused entry. My throat tightened. Subject. Not officer. Not unit. Subject. The word felt wrong. Clinical. Like I was being monitored. Recorded. Filed away. The storm began thickening again. Snow swallowed the road ahead. The headlights illuminated only a short tunnel of white. The radio crackled softly. Another location emerged from the static. Then another. Then another. A network of impossible places beneath the ice. Dormitories. Maintenance tunnels. Storage levels. Observation sectors. Names and numbers flowing through the hiss like pieces of a forgotten map. And with every new location, one thought became harder to ignore. These messages didn't sound like discoveries. They sounded like status reports. Like someone was documenting places that already existed. Places hidden beneath Highway 37. Places no official record acknowledged. Then, just before the transmission faded, Channel 0 delivered one final message. The clearest sentence yet. No distortion. No static. No interruption. Just 7 simple words. Level 1 heard your vehicle pass above. The radio fell silent. The storm continued outside. The highway stretched endlessly ahead. And for the first time all night, I stopped wondering whether something was speaking through Channel Zero. Instead, I found myself wondering who was listening from underneath the ice. The sound followed me for nearly 20 miles before I finally admitted it wasn't coming from the truck. At first, I blamed the tires. Ice roads make strange noises. The frozen surface shifts. Cracks, groans, long vibrations that travel for miles beneath the snow. Any patrol officer learns that quickly. You hear things out there, things that sound almost alive. Most of them have simple explanations. This didn't, because the sound had rhythm. A slow rise, a slow fall, then another, steady, patient, like breathing. I first noticed it shortly after the transmission, about level 1. The road stretched ahead beneath swirling snow. Channel Zero remained quiet. For once, no hidden messages, no impossible coordinates, only the heater humming softly inside the cab. Then I heard it. A long inhale, almost too quiet to notice. Then, a slow exhale. I frowned, turned down the heater. The sound remained. I switched off the fan completely. Silence filled the truck. For a few seconds, everything felt normal. Then it came again. My eyes stayed fixed on the windshield. The breathing sounded distant, far below, like it was rising through layers of ice and snow. The thought was ridiculous. I knew that, but once the idea entered my head, it refused to leave. I adjusted my seat slightly, listened carefully. The sound continued, steady, unchanging, like enormous lungs hidden beneath the highway. I forced myself to focus on driving. The storm had intensified again. Visibility was dropping. The road markers appeared only seconds before passing beside the truck. Normal concerns, real concerns. Those were the things I should have been thinking about. Not breathing beneath the ice. Yet the sound continued. Slow, patient, impossible to ignore. The radio crackled. I glanced toward it immediately. Nothing, just static. Then a whisper, barely audible. Can you hear it now? A chill moved across my neck. I looked at the display. Channel 0. Still active. The number glowed softly in the darkness. I swallowed. Didn't answer. The voice from earlier had warned me about that. Do not acknowledge Channel 0. So I stayed silent. The breathing continued beneath the road. The static faded. Then the radio spoke again. Most people don't. My grip tightened on the wheel. The sentence arrived calmly. Matter of fact, like someone discussing the weather. Outside, the storm shifted direction. Snow swept across the highway in thick waves. The truck rocked gently. The breathing never changed. No matter how loud the wind became. No matter how rough the road felt. The inhale, the exhale, always the same. Always beneath me. I drove another 10 kilometers before something happened that made my stomach drop. The breathing stopped. Just stopped. Without warning. Without explanation. The silence felt immediate. Heavy. Wrong. I hadn't realized how accustomed I'd become to the sound until it vanished. For several seconds, I felt relief. Then anxiety. Because now I found myself waiting for it to return. listening, expecting. The road ahead disappeared into blowing white snow. My headlights reflected off countless ice crystals. The darkness beyond them looked endless. Then, the inhale returned. Louder, much louder. I nearly slammed the brakes. The sound no longer felt distant. It felt closer, like whatever was breathing had moved upward, closer to the surface, closer to me. My pulse accelerated. I checked the mirrors. Nothing. Checked the gauges. Everything normal. Checked the road. Still empty. Yet the breathing continued. Slow. Deliberate. Massive. I imagined something buried beneath the highway. Something frozen beneath countless layers of ice. The image appeared instantly and refused to leave. I hated it, because part of me had begun believing it. The radio crackled, depth decreasing. I closed my eyes briefly. No, I wasn't doing this. I wasn't listening. I wasn't playing along. The voice continued anyway. Subject approaching. My stomach tightened. Subject. That word again. The same word Channel Zero had used before. The same detached language. As if I wasn't a person anymore. Just a moving object being tracked. Recorded. Observed. The breathing deepened. The truck's floor vibrated slightly. At first, I thought it was the engine. Then I realized the vibration matched the rhythm beneath the ice. Inhale. Vibration. Exhale. Vibration. My hands felt cold despite the heater running again. The road marker ahead emerged from the storm. KM 79. As I passed it, the breathing stopped completely. Instantly, like a switch had been flipped. The silence felt enormous. I frowned, then glanced into the REARVIEW mirror. The marker disappeared behind me. A second later, the breathing resumed. My heartbeat quickened. I looked ahead. Another marker waited in the distance. KM 80. An idea formed. A stupid idea. The kind that develops during long nights and too much fear. I accelerated slightly. The breathing remained steady. As soon as I crossed marker 80. Silence. Again. Exactly the same. 5 seconds later, after the marker vanished behind me, the breathing returned. I felt my stomach drop. Because that wasn't random. Something was happening at the markers. Something beneath them. The radio crackled softly. A new transmission emerged. Not the usual voice. Not mine. Something else. A faint recording. Distorted by age. I listened carefully. Wind noise. Static. Then a terrified voice. An actual human voice. Do you hear it breathing? I froze. The recording continued. Tell me you hear it too. More static. Heavy breathing. Fear. Real fear. Then, it's waking up. The transmission ended abruptly. Silence returned. I stared at the radio. My pulse hammered inside my ears. The voice hadn't been mine. It hadn't been dispatch. It sounded like another patrol officer. Another person who had been here before. Another person who had heard the same thing. The realization brought a strange mix of emotions. Fear, but also validation. I wasn't imagining everything. Someone else had experienced this. Someone else had heard it. The relief lasted less than a minute. Then I noticed tire tracks. fresh ones, appearing ahead on the road. My stomach tightened immediately. No vehicles had passed me all night. The tracks shouldn't have existed. Yet there they were. Two dark lines cutting through fresh snow, leading straight ahead. I slowed, studied them carefully. The tracks looked recent, very recent. The snow hadn't filled them yet. Someone had passed through here not long ago. The radio hissed softly. Maintenance route. I frowned. No maintenance crews were scheduled tonight. I knew that. Dispatch had confirmed it earlier. Still, curiosity pulled at me. I followed the tracks, kilometer after kilometer. The storm thickened around the truck. Visibility shrank again. The tracks remained visible, always just ahead. Then suddenly they left the road. My pulse jumped. The tire marks turned sharply toward an empty stretch of frozen terrain. No access road, no structure, nothing, just open snow. Yet the tracks continued directly into the darkness. I stopped the truck. The headlights illuminated the path. The tire marks vanished beneath drifting snow several hundred feet away. Beyond that, nothing. No destination, no building, no vehicle, no explanation. The breathing beneath the ice became louder than ever. The truck vibrated slightly. My hands gripped the wheel. The radio remained silent. Then one final message emerged. Not from Channel 0. Not from any official frequency. The sound came directly through the speaker, as if someone stood inches away. A whisper. Weak. Exhausted. Human. Don't stop above it. The transmission ended. The breathing continued. The storm howled outside. And as I sat there staring at those impossible tire tracks disappearing into empty snow, I became aware of something even worse. The breathing was no longer beneath the entire highway. It was directly beneath my truck. The first thing dispatch told me was that I needed sleep. Not backup. Not an investigation. Not a radio technician. Sleep. I sat alone inside the patrol truck while the storm pushed against the windows. The breathing under the ice had faded after I drove away from those strange tire tracks. But the memory of it stayed with me. Every vibration in the truck felt suspicious now. Every sound felt connected to something I couldn't see. I grabbed the radio mic. My fingers were stiff from tension. Station 9, this is Patrol 12. Static answered. A moment later, dispatch responded. Go ahead. Hearing a normal voice brought immediate relief. For a second, everything felt ordinary again. I looked out at the snow, the road, the darkness. Maybe there was an explanation for all of it. Maybe I was tired. Maybe Channel 0 was interference. Maybe the breathing had been ice movement. Maybe. I need to report something, I said. Go ahead. I took a slow breath. There appears to be an unauthorized frequency operating beneath the official channels. Silence. Then, what frequency? Channel 0. Another pause. Longer this time. The dispatcher finally laughed softly. Not a nervous laugh. A confused one. Patrol 12, there is no Channel 0. I frowned. What do you mean? There is no Channel 0. I looked directly at the radio display. The glowing number remained there, clear as day. The storm flashed across the windshield. I felt my stomach tighten. I'm looking at it right now. Looking at what? The channel. Patrol 12. Your radio system doesn't have a channel 0. I stared at the display. The number remained unchanged. A strange unease crept into my chest, because the dispatcher sounded completely sincere. No hesitation, no uncertainty, no sign that he was hiding something. It sounded like he genuinely had no idea what I was talking about. The radio hissed softly. Then another voice whispered beneath dispatch's transmission. "He's telling the truth." My blood ran cold. The hidden voice had come from Channel 0. At the exact same moment, almost underneath the dispatcher's words, like two broadcasts occupying the same space. I immediately sat forward. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" The second voice. Another pause. "Patrol 12, are you alone in the vehicle?" My grip tightened. The concern in his voice felt real. That somehow made everything worse. "Yes." "Have you slept recently?" There it was again. Sleep. I looked toward the windshield. Snow drifted across the headlights. The world outside seemed distant, unreal. Maybe dispatch was right. Maybe exhaustion was catching up with me. Then the hidden voice spoke again. "You know he can't hear me." The words slid through the static. Clear, calm, almost amused. My pulse accelerated. "Dispatch, stay on the line. I'm here. Do not disconnect." "We're not disconnecting." The hidden voice laughed softly. The sound barely resembled a human laugh, more like ice cracking far away. "He'll disconnect first." The transmission vanished. Static returned. I swallowed hard. Something was happening. Something that couldn't be explained by fatigue, because the timing was impossible. Every response from Channel 0 matched the conversation perfectly. Like someone was listening. Like someone knew exactly what was being said. I drove another few kilometers while keeping dispatch on the line. The conversation helped. Hearing another human voice grounded me. For a while, then the warning started again. Not from dispatch, from beneath dispatch, hidden inside the static. Marker 83. I glanced ahead. A road marker emerged from the storm. KM 83. My hands tightened. The voice continued. "Slow down." The marker approached. Dispatch was discussing weather conditions. Normal things. Routine things. But beneath his voice, Channel 0 kept talking. "Slow down." I eased off the accelerator. The truck slowed. Seconds later, something dark crossed the road ahead. Vast, almost invisible. A shadow moving through blowing snow. My breath caught. I hit the brakes. The truck slid slightly before stopping. The shadow disappeared immediately. Gone. Vanished. The road ahead remained empty. Dispatch noticed my sudden breathing. "You okay?" I looked through the windshield. Nothing. No animal. No vehicle. Nothing. Yet something had crossed the road. I knew it had. And Channel 0 had warned me first. The realization sent a cold wave through my chest. The voice wasn't just speaking. It knew things. Things it shouldn't know. I pulled forward carefully. The storm thickened. Visibility dropped again. The darkness beyond the headlights seemed deeper than before. Then dispatch broke the silence. "Patrol 12, we've checked the system." My attention shifted instantly. "What system?" "The radio logs." I waited. The dispatcher continued. "There are no unusual transmissions." A knot formed in my stomach. "What?" No unauthorized frequencies. I looked down at the display. Channel 0 remained visible. Still active. Still impossible. I've been hearing it all night. Silence. Then, we have no record of that. The hidden voice immediately replied. Of course they don't. I nearly dropped the microphone. The timing was perfect again. Like two people arguing across different realities. One denying. One confirming. Neither acknowledging the other. My heartbeat pounded inside my ears. The truck continued forward through endless snow. Then a new sound emerged. Not breathing. Not static. Something else. A distant voice. Human. Weak. Coming through Channel 0. At first, I couldn't understand it. The words were broken. Distorted. Buried beneath interference. Then one sentence became clear. Please don't leave us here. I froze. The voice sounded terrifying. Not threatening. Not strange. Terrified. Like someone trapped somewhere. Someone desperate. I grabbed the microphone. Against every warning. Against every instinct. I spoke. Who is this? Dispatch answered immediately. Who is who? But another voice answered too. The frightened one. Finally, my stomach dropped. The cab suddenly felt much smaller. Much colder. The frightened voice continued. We've been trying for years. Years. The word echoed in my head. Years. I stared at the road. The snow. The darkness. Nothing made sense anymore. What do you mean? I asked. Static crackled. The voice struggled through interference. Below. The transmission broke apart. Then returned. Under. Static again. Then silence. Complete silence. I waited. Nothing. The voice was gone. Dispatch remained on the line. Patrol 12. I looked at the microphone in my hand. For several seconds, I couldn't answer. The hidden frequency had responded directly. It had answered my question. Something had been waiting for someone to speak back. The realization made me feel sick. Dispatch finally broke the silence. We need you to return to Station 9. I frowned. Why? Another pause. Long. Uncomfortable. Then the dispatcher answered. Because you're not where you're supposed to be. A chill moved through my body. I looked at the GPS screen. The display flickered. For a moment, coordinates appeared. Then vanished. Then reappeared. Different coordinates. Then vanished again. The system couldn't seem to decide where I was. What's my location? I asked. The dispatcher hesitated. Then answered. That's the problem. My heartbeat accelerated. What problem? Silence. The storm roared outside. Finally, he spoke. We don't know. The words hit harder than I expected. Because dispatch always knew. Every patrol vehicle was tracked continuously. Every route monitored. Every kilometer logged. Always. Yet somehow they couldn't locate me. The radio hissed softly. Then Channel 0 returned. Only one sentence. Spoken gently. Almost sympathetically. They lost you 3 hours ago. I stared at the display. My throat felt dry. 3 hours. That couldn't be right. I checked the dashboard clock. My stomach dropped instantly. The time was wrong. Completely wrong. I blinked. Looked again. The clock showed nearly 3 hours later than it should have. For a moment, I simply stared, trying to understand, trying to remember. Had that much time actually passed? It didn't feel possible. I remembered every mile, every marker, every transmission. Yet somehow there was a gap, a missing section, time that had disappeared. The dispatcher's voice sounded distant now, muffled, almost underwater. Patrol 12. The hidden voice interrupted. Look behind you. Every muscle in my body locked. I didn't want to. I knew I shouldn't. But curiosity won. Slowly, I lifted my eyes toward the rearview mirror. Snow swirled behind the truck. Darkness filled most of the road. Then I saw headlights. Far back in the storm. Two pale lights. Following me. Steady. Silent. The same distance no matter how fast I drove. My pulse hammered. Because I already knew what vehicle was behind me. I didn't need dispatch to confirm it. I didn't need the registry. I didn't need the reports. Deep down, I already knew. Truck 17 had found me again. And while dispatch continued insisting none of this existed, Channel 0 whispered one final warning through the static. Don't let it get close enough to identify you. I thought the worst part was being followed. I was wrong. The worst part was learning what had been beneath me the entire time. Truck 17 remained behind me. Always the same distance. Always visible through the storm. Its headlights never grew closer. Never fell back. No matter how fast I drove. No matter how many turns the road made. The dead truck simply existed behind me. Watching. Following. Waiting. The windshield wipers pushed aside another wave of snow. The road ahead looked empty. The road behind looked haunted. And somewhere below both of them, something was breathing. I could still hear it. Slow. Deep. Patient. Like a giant sleeping beneath the frozen earth. The radio hissed softly. Dispatch continued speaking. Their voice sounded farther away now. Almost distorted. As though an invisible wall had formed between us. Patrol 12 respond. I lifted the microphone. Still here. Your location keeps changing. A cold feeling moved through my chest. What does that mean? Static crackled. Then, we're getting multiple positions. I frowned. What? The dispatcher hesitated. According to the system, you're in 4 places at once. Silence filled the cab. The storm roared outside. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then Channel 0 whispered beneath the transmission. That's because part of you already left. I nearly dropped the microphone. The words settled inside my head like ice water. Part of you already left. I didn't understand what that meant, but I hated how afraid it made me feel. The headlights behind me remained steady. Watching. Following. Never changing. Then the truck suddenly shook. Not violently. Just enough to make me grip the wheel. The vibration came from below. A deep tremor. The kind you feel before you hear. I looked down instinctively. The floor beneath my boots vibrated once. Then again. The breathing had changed. It sounded stronger. Closer. Like whatever lay beneath the ice had rolled over in its sleep. The radio exploded with static. Not loud. Dense. A wall of noise. Every speaker inside the cab filled with crackling interference. Dispatch vanished completely. Then Channel 0 emerged. Clearer than it had ever been. Do not stop. The voice sounded urgent now. Not calm. Not amused. Urgent. I looked ahead. The road marker appeared through the storm. KM 91. As I passed it, another tremor shook the truck. This one stronger. The steering wheel rattled in my hands. A hairline crack appeared in the ice beside the roadway. Tiny, barely visible. Then it vanished beneath drifting snow. My stomach tightened. Ice roads shift all the time. That wasn't unusual. But the timing felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. The breathing grew louder. Halila. The sound no longer seemed buried deep underground. It felt directly beneath the road itself. Beneath the tires. Beneath the truck. The storm suddenly weakened. Just for a moment. Visibility improved. The endless wall of white pulled back slightly. And that's when I saw something impossible. Dark shapes, far beneath the ice. Moving. I blinked hard. The image remained. Huge shadows, slowly drifting under the frozen surface. Too large to be people. Too large to be vehicles. I stared until snow covered them again. My heart hammered. The radio crackled. Keep moving. The voice sounded frightened now. Not like the earlier transmissions. This sounded genuinely scared. Then another voice joined it. Then another. Then another. Suddenly multiple voices filled Channel 0. Men, women, young, old, dozens of them, all speaking at once. The sound made my skin crawl. Some whispered, some cried, some sounded exhausted, others sounded completely numb. Their voices blended together beneath the static. A crowd trapped somewhere far away. Then they all went silent. At the exact same moment, the quiet that followed felt unnatural, like an entire room holding its breath. Then the road cracked. The sound echoed through the night. A sharp crack, like thunder beneath the truck. The steering wheel jerked. I slammed the brakes instinctively. The patrol vehicle skidded sideways across packed snow. For several terrifying seconds, I thought the ice had collapsed. Then everything stopped. Silence. Absolute silence. The breathing had stopped too. I sat frozen behind the wheel, listening, waiting. The storm faded into the background. Even the wind seemed quieter. Then I heard something rising from below. Not breathing. A voice. Clear. Perfectly clear. The sound came from beneath the ice itself. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. Because for the first time all night, there was no static. No distortion. No interference. Just a voice. Speaking calmly. Counting. 112. A pause. Then 113. My stomach dropped. The voice sounded human. Almost. Yet something about it felt wrong. Cold. Emotionless. Like a machine trying to imitate a person. The counting continued. 114. I stared through the windshield. The cracked section of ice stretched across the road ahead. A thin black line. Barely visible. The voice came directly from it. I knew that. I don't know how. I just knew. The radio remained silent. No dispatch. No Channel 0. Only the counting. 115. I swallowed. My mouth felt dry. The realization hit me slowly. The numbers weren't random. They were increasing one at a time. Steadily. Methodically. Like inventory. Like a list. The voice paused, then spoke again. Patrol Vehicle 116. My pulse exploded. The truck seemed suddenly very small, very fragile. The voice wasn't counting numbers. It was counting vehicles. The ones above it. The ones using the highway. The ones crossing over whatever existed beneath the ice. I felt sick, because if it had reached 116, that meant it had already counted 115 others. The voice continued. Patrol Vehicle 116. A pause. Then, confirmed. The words echoed beneath the road. I gripped the wheel harder, trying to breathe, trying to think. Then a second voice emerged beneath the first. This one weaker. Human. Terrified. Don't let it finish. The voice disappeared immediately. The counting voice resumed. 117. I looked around wildly. There were no other vehicles. No traffic. No convoy. Nothing. Just me. The storm. And truck 17 waiting somewhere behind. Yet the count continued climbing, as if invisible vehicles were passing overhead. Vehicles only it could see. The ice trembled again. This time I noticed movement beneath the crack. Something far below. Rows of lights. Tiny. Distant. Like headlights moving through darkness. My blood turned cold. There were roads down there. Impossible roads. Buried beneath the ice. Entire lanes of movement. Entire streams of traffic. The lights drifted slowly below the frozen surface. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. The voice continued counting. Every number precise. Every number calm. Then I noticed something horrifying. The count was accelerating. 120. 121. 122. The numbers came faster. 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 As though something huge was approaching. Something causing the count to increase rapidly. The radio suddenly exploded with static. Dispatch returned. Their voice sounded panicked. Patrol 12. I grabbed the microphone immediately. I'm here. We found your location. Relief flooded through me. Finally something normal. Then dispatch continued, and every trace of relief vanished. Leave immediately. My pulse accelerated. Why? Static swallowed half the response. Then the remaining words arrived. There shouldn't be a road there. I froze. The storm swept across the windshield. The breathing beneath the ice returned. Louder than ever. The counting stopped. Complete silence followed. Then the voice beneath the road spoke one final sentence. Not to dispatch. Not to channel 0. To me. Directly. Vehicle 116 identified. The crack beneath the truck widened slightly. Just enough for darkness to appear below. And somewhere inside that darkness, something spoke my full name. The first sign that something was wrong appeared on a screen no bigger than my hand. At the time, it seemed harmless. Just another strange reading during another long night on Highway 37. If I had known what I was actually looking at, I would have turned the truck around immediately. I would have driven back to Station 9 and never returned. Instead, I kept going. And by the time I understood what the scanner had found beneath Route Delta, it was already too late. The night had started quietly. For the first time in days, the storm had weakened. Snow still drifted across the frozen landscape, but the wind wasn't screaming anymore. The highway stretched ahead beneath a pale moon. Everything looked calm, normal. After everything that had happened with Truck 17, Channel Zero, and the voices beneath the ice, normal felt almost suspicious. Dispatch had reassigned me to structural inspection. Routine work. Simple work. The kind meant to keep my mind occupied. At least that's what they told me. My job was straightforward. Drive Route Delta. Stop at designated checkpoints. Use the ground-penetrating scanner. Confirm ice thickness. Log the results. Move on. Nothing exciting. Nothing dangerous. I remember actually feeling relieved. For once, there was a clear task. A task that dealt with facts instead of mysteries. Numbers instead of ghosts. Measurements instead of voices. The scanner sat beside me on the passenger seat. A rugged yellow device connected to sensors beneath the truck. Every few seconds it updated with new depth readings. 30 feet, 32 feet, 29 feet. Normal variations. Nothing unusual. I followed the route markers deeper into the frozen wilderness. The moonlight reflected across endless sheets of ice. Everything looked silver. Beautiful. Dead. The kind of landscape that made you feel very small. Very temporary. The road curved around a frozen ridge. The scanner beeped. I glanced down. The reading had changed. At first, I thought it was a malfunction. The screen displayed 2 separate layers. Not 1. 2. I frowned. Looked again. The upper layer appeared normal. 30 feet thick. Solid. Stable. But beneath it, another structure appeared. A second layer. Perfectly defined. Running parallel to the road above. My stomach tightened slightly. That wasn't possible. Ice doesn't form like that. Not naturally. I tapped the screen. The image remained. The second structure stretched beneath the first like another highway buried deep underground. I slowed the truck. Checked the calibration. Everything looked normal. No errors. No warnings. The scanner insisted the second layer existed. I keyed the radio. Dispatch Patrol 12. The response came quickly. Go ahead. I'm getting unusual readings on Route Delta. What kind of readings? I hesitated, because even saying it sounded ridiculous. A second ice structure beneath the road. Silence followed. Then, repeat that. I did. The dispatcher sounded confused. Not alarmed. Just confused. There shouldn't be anything beneath the road. I know. Equipment issue. Maybe. The answer felt weak. Even to me. Because the scanner looked fine. The data looked fine. Everything looked fine except the impossible thing it was showing. Dispatch asked me to continue gathering readings. So I did. The deeper I traveled along Route Delta, the clearer the image became. The lower structure wasn't random. It wasn't broken ice. It wasn't geological. It had shape, purpose, direction. It looked engineered. Like a road. My hands tightened around the wheel. A road beneath the road. The idea felt absurd. Yet the evidence kept growing. The scanner mapped long straight sections. Curves. Intersections. Even what appeared to be support formations. The lower structure mirrored parts of the highway above. Not exactly, but close enough to make my skin crawl. I stopped at checkpoint 4. The moon hung overhead. The silence felt heavy. I stepped outside. Cold air struck my face immediately. The frozen landscape stretched endlessly in every direction. Nothing moved. Nothing lived. Only snow, ice, darkness. I activated the handheld scanner. A narrow beam swept downward. The display flickered. Numbers appeared. Depth measurements. Structural density. Then a message. Subsurface void DATCTD. I stared at it. The void extended beneath the lower structure, far deeper than the scanner should have been able to measure. The readings simply stopped, like the device couldn't see any farther. I felt an uneasy knot forming in my stomach. The scanner wasn't showing buried ice anymore. It was showing empty space. A massive empty space. The radio crackled. Static filled the speaker. Then a familiar voice emerged. Channel 0. I hadn't heard it for hours. Part of me had hoped it was gone. The voice whispered softly, "You found it." I froze. The scanner nearly slipped from my hand. The voice sounded clearer than ever, almost relieved, like it had been waiting for this moment. I looked around instinctively. The frozen landscape remained empty. "Found what?" I asked before I could stop myself. Static crackled. Then, the lower road. My pulse accelerated. The transmission ended immediately. The silence afterward felt enormous. I returned to the truck. The heater blasted warm air against my face. It didn't help. The scanner continued updating. More data, more maps, more impossible images. The lower structure stretched for miles, far beyond the boundaries of Route Delta, far beyond any official records. The radio came alive again. This time it wasn't Channel 0. It was dispatch. Patrol 12 were reviewing historical surveys. I listened carefully. The dispatcher sounded uneasy. The area beneath Route Delta was never fully mapped. A chill moved through me. "What do you mean?" Another pause. Then, "Some early records are missing." Of course they were. Every answer seemed to create another question. Every explanation led deeper into uncertainty. I drove onward. The scanner suddenly beeped. A warning flashed across the display. Movement DATCTD. I stared at the screen. Movement. Beneath the ice. The data updated. Something was traveling along the lower structure. Slowly, steadily, heading in the same direction I was. For several seconds I simply watched, trying to understand. The moving object appeared enormous, far larger than any vehicle. The signal drifted beneath the buried roadway, then vanished. My mouth felt dry. The radio hissed softly. Channel 0 returned. Only one sentence, spoken almost gently. "You're not the only patrol vehicle tonight." The transmission ended. My stomach dropped, because the scanner suddenly updated again. A second moving object appeared. Then a third. Then a fourth. All beneath the lower structure. All traveling together. Like a convoy. A convoy moving through a buried road that officially did not exist. The storm began returning. Snow swept across the windshield. Visibility dropped. The world outside grew smaller, darker. The scanner continued tracking the movement below. The convoy matched my speed perfectly. No matter how fast I drove, no matter how slow, they remained beneath me. Following, the radio stayed silent for nearly 10 minutes. Then dispatch returned. Their voice sounded strained. "Patrol 12. I grabbed the microphone. "Go ahead." Another pause. Long, uncomfortable. Then the dispatcher spoke. We found one surviving survey. My pulse quickened. What does it say? Static crackled. Paper rustled in the background. Then he answered. The words made my blood run cold. It says Route Delta was built over an older route. I stared at the road ahead. Snow drifted across the headlights. The buried convoy continued moving beneath me. The dispatcher kept talking, but I barely heard the rest, because another realization had already settled into my mind. The lower structure wasn't forming beneath the ice. It had been there first, and somehow, the highway above had been built directly on top of it. The first time I saw the lights beneath the ice, I thought exhaustion was playing tricks on me. That was the explanation I wanted, the explanation I needed, because the alternative made no sense. I was standing on Route Delta at nearly 2 in the morning. The temperature had fallen below -30. Wind pushed loose snow across the frozen surface in thin white sheets that looked like smoke drifting over the road. My inspection truck sat 50 yards behind me with its warning lights flashing. Everything around me should have felt familiar. Normal. Just another night checking the integrity of the ice highway. Instead, I found myself staring into a crack that shouldn't have existed. The fracture stretched across part of the route like a dark scar. Not large enough to threaten the road. Not yet, but deep enough for me to see farther down than I should have been able to. I knelt beside it. The beam from my flashlight disappeared into the darkness. The ice below looked strange. Layered. Not like a natural frozen lake. More like stacked sheets of glass. One layer beneath another. Then another. Then another. I remembered what the scanner had shown earlier. A second structure beneath the highway. Something solid. Something impossible. The memory made my stomach tighten. I leaned closer. The wind whistled across the opening. For a second, I thought I heard something moving. Far below, a faint mechanical hum. I froze. The sound vanished. Only the wind remained. I let out a slow breath. Maybe it had been my imagination. Maybe. Then a light appeared. Deep under the ice. A tiny yellow glow. I jerked backward. The light moved. Slowly. Steadily. Like a vehicle driving through darkness. My heart began hammering. No, I whispered. The glow continued moving. Another light appeared beside it. 2 headlights. Perfectly spaced. Perfectly level. Like a truck traveling along a road. A road buried beneath the one I was standing on. I stared, unable to move. The headlights glided beneath me. Silent, smooth, then disappeared into darkness. For several seconds, I remained frozen. My brain struggled to process what I had seen. A truck, under the ice, miles from any tunnel, miles from any structure. It wasn't possible. I grabbed the radio. Dispatch, this is Patrol 4. Static answered. Then the dispatcher replied. Go ahead. I swallowed. I think I've got some kind of visual anomaly beneath Route Delta. A pause. What kind of anomaly? I looked down into the crack. Darkness stared back. I saw headlights. Another pause. Then a tired sigh. Probably reflection from your vehicle. They weren't reflections. You've been on shift 14 hours. I know what I saw. Silence. Finally, the dispatcher spoke again. Log it in the morning. The transmission ended. I lowered the radio slowly. Something about his response bothered me, not because he dismissed me. That happened all the time. What bothered me was how quickly he wanted the conversation over, as if he already knew what I was talking about, as if he didn't want to discuss it. The thought followed me back into the truck. Snow tapped against the windshield. The heater hummed softly. For a few minutes, I sat there trying to convince myself everything was fine. Then the scanner beeped. A new reading appeared on the display. My chest tightened. The anomaly beneath the road had grown. Not by much, but enough to notice. Enough to make me question whether it was moving. I stared at the screen. The shape looked almost like a roadway. A long, narrow corridor, perfectly straight, running parallel to the highway above. My highway, the one I drove every night. I felt cold despite the heater. Something existed down there. Something large. Something artificial. And nobody seemed interested in talking about it. The rest of the patrol route should have taken an hour. Instead, it took nearly 3. Because every few miles I found new signs. Hairline fractures. Strange scanner readings. Unexplained vibrations. At one point, I parked near marker 61 and stepped outside. The night felt unnaturally quiet. No wind. No cracking ice. Nothing. Then I heard it. A distant engine. Very faint. Very deep. Like a truck traveling somewhere far below me. I turned slowly. The sound continued. Steady. Constant. Impossible. I followed it across the frozen surface until it faded again. The silence that returned felt worse. I climbed back into the truck and locked the doors. I wasn't sure why. The habit made me feel stupid. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. Not from the shoreline. Not from the storm. From underneath. Around 4 in the morning, I reached a maintenance outpost. A small heated shelter used during emergencies. The place was empty. I stepped inside. The warmth felt good. Coffee sat forgot in a machine near the wall. Old paperwork covered a table. I wasn't planning to stay long. Then I noticed a binder. It sat partially hidden beneath a stack of maps. The label read, Route Delta Incident Archive. Curiosity got the better of me. I opened it. Inside were reports stretching back years. Structural concerns. Unusual scanner returns. Equipment malfunctions. Several pages had been removed. Others contained handwritten notes. One entry caught my attention immediately. Date February 11. 6 years earlier. Operator report. Observed vehicle lights beneath roadway surface at 03, 12 hours. Further investigation not authorized. Report closed. I blinked. Then read it again. Vehicle lights. Beneath roadway surface. Exactly what I had seen. I turned the page. Another report. 3 years earlier. Audio anomaly detected below ice structure. Source undetermined. Monitoring suspended. Another. Visual contact with moving lights beneath Route Delta. Another. My pulse quickened. The reports continued for years. Different operators. Different dates. Same descriptions. Moving lights. Engine sounds. Secondary structure. Nobody had ever explained them. Nobody had ever solved them. Yet somebody had kept records, which meant management knew. They had known for years. A sudden creak echoed from outside. I looked toward the door. Nothing. Just wind. At least I hoped it was wind. The feeling of being watched returned immediately, stronger than before. I closed the binder. For a moment, I considered taking it. Instead, I photographed several pages with my phone. Something told me the records might disappear if I asked too many questions. The idea sounded paranoid, but it felt true. I left the shelter shortly before dawn. Gray light spread across the horizon. The storm clouds had begun breaking apart. Visibility improved. The road ahead looked endless. Cold, empty, safe. For a little while, I convinced myself the worst part of the night was over. Then I saw the tracks. They crossed the snow beside the highway. Fresh, perfectly straight. Not tire tracks. Not animal tracks. Something else. A long, narrow impression, as though a heavy object had been dragged across the frozen surface. The trail led toward one of the larger cracks. I parked, grabbed my flashlight, and followed it. The mark ended at the fracture. I crouched near the edge. The darkness below seemed deeper than before. I swept my light downward. Nothing. Then something moved. Far beneath the ice. 2 yellow lights, the same distance apart as before. Headlights, traveling through darkness. This time they were much closer. Close enough that I could see their reflection, shimmering through layers of frozen ice. Close enough that I could follow their movement. The truck, or whatever it was, passed directly beneath me. For one impossible second, I thought I saw more than headlights. I thought I saw the shape of an entire road. Wide, straight, stretching into blackness beneath the frozen lake. A second highway, hidden under the one above. Then the lights vanished. Darkness returned. And somewhere far below, beyond the ice and silence and impossible depth, I heard another engine start. Then another, and another, as if more vehicles had begun moving down there. As if something beneath Route Delta had finally noticed I was looking. The footsteps started before I ever saw what was making them. At first, I thought it was another engine beneath the ice. Another one of those sounds that shouldn't exist. Another thing I could explain away if I tried hard enough. But engines have rhythm. They hum. They vibrate. This sound was different. It stopped when I stopped. And that was the moment everything changed. The sun never truly rose that day. A pale gray light hung over Route Delta like dirty glass. The frozen lake stretched to every horizon. Flat, silent, endless. I had spent most of the morning trying to convince myself that the lights beneath the road had a logical explanation. An old maintenance tunnel, buried equipment, faulty scanner readings, anything. I didn't really believe any of those explanations, but they were easier to live with. I parked near marker 74 shortly after noon. A fresh storm was expected by evening. My job was simple. Check stress fractures, record measurements, report anything unusual. The irony wasn't lost on me anymore. Everything felt unusual now. The moment I stepped out of the truck, the cold hit me like a wall. The air felt heavy. Still, even the wind seemed absent. My boots crunched against packed snow. The sound echoed farther than it should have. I grabbed my scanner and started walking toward a section of ice that had shown irregular readings overnight. The lake stretched around me in every direction. No vehicles, no wildlife, nothing moving. For several minutes, everything seemed normal. Then I heard it. Crunch. I stopped. The sound stopped too. I frowned. The frozen lake became silent again. I took another step. Crunch. A second crunch answered. Not from above. From below. I froze. The sound vanished immediately. My heartbeat seemed loud enough to hear. I waited. Nothing. The scanner hummed softly in my hand. Snow drifted across the surface. The silence returned. After a while, I forced myself to move. One step. Crunch. Then another crunch followed. A second later, directly beneath me. I stopped so suddenly, my knee almost buckled. The answering sound stopped too. My throat tightened. There was no way. No possible way. I took another step. Crunch. Then again. Crunch. The second sound matched perfectly. The same rhythm. The same timing. The same weight. As if something beneath the ice was walking exactly where I walked. Following my movements. Mirroring me. I stood completely still. The answering footsteps disappeared. The silence that followed felt worse. I looked down. Nothing but white snow and blue ice. Yet every nerve in my body screamed that something was there. Watching. Listening. Waiting. I slowly backed away. One careful step. Crunch. The answering step came instantly. Matching mine. Perfectly. My stomach dropped. The thing below wasn't wandering. It wasn't crossing beneath the road by accident. It was following me. I turned and hurried toward the truck. The footsteps beneath accelerated immediately. Crunch. 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 Each movement beneath the surface matched my own. Not a second behind. Not a second ahead. Exactly synchronized. Like a reflection in a mirror. Except reflections weren't supposed to live under frozen lakes. I reached the truck and climbed inside. The door slammed shut. The sudden warmth felt unreal. My breathing fogged the windows. For several seconds, I simply sat there. Waiting. Listening. Nothing happened. The silence returned. I almost laughed. Almost. Then something struck the underside of the vehicle. One hard metallic thud. My entire body jumped. The truck rocked slightly. The sound had come from directly below. Not from the side. Not from the surface. From beneath the ice. I stared through the windshield. Nothing moved. The lake looked empty. Dead. Normal. The radio crackled unexpectedly. Patrol 4 status check. Dispatch. I grabbed the microphone immediately. Relief washed through me. Hearing another human voice helped. For a moment. This is Patrol 4. You've been stationary for 20 minutes. I glanced at the clock. 23 minutes. I hadn't realized that much time had passed. Just checking a structural anomaly. A pause followed. Then dispatch answered. You're near marker 74. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Yeah. Another pause. Longer this time. Then the dispatcher spoke quietly. Leave that area. The words surprised me. Why? Silence. Then static. The transmission ended. I stared at the radio. My pulse quickened again. Nobody at dispatch ever gave instructions like that. Not without explanation. Not without paperwork. Not without a reason. Yet somehow he knew exactly where I was. And somehow he wanted me gone. I started the engine. The truck rolled forward. For several miles, everything remained quiet. The road stretched ahead. The storm clouds thickened overhead. Visibility slowly decreased. I began convincing myself that the footsteps had been stress noises, ice shifting beneath pressure, natural sounds, normal sounds. Then I reached kilometer 81 and saw the crack. It stretched across part of the highway like a dark wound. Fresh, deeper. I stopped automatically. The scanner showed severe activity beneath the surface, higher than anything I'd seen before. The display almost looked alive. Numbers fluctuated constantly. I stepped outside. The cold felt sharper now. The sky darker. The lake seemed different somehow, as if the entire frozen landscape were holding its breath. I approached the crack. Slowly, carefully. The opening was wider than any previous fracture, nearly 3 feet across in some places. I shined my flashlight downward. The beam vanished into darkness. Then something moved. Far below, a shadow, large, human-shaped, walking. My breath caught. The figure moved beneath the ice. One step, then another. Its movements felt wrong. Too smooth, too precise. Like a person learning how to imitate a human being. I couldn't make out details, only the outline. A dark shape moving through impossible depths. Then it stopped, directly beneath me. The flashlight trembled in my hands. The figure remained motionless, waiting, watching. I knew it was impossible, yet I could feel its attention, like pressure against my skin. I slowly stepped backward. The figure stepped backward too, matching me perfectly. The realization hit harder than anything before. The footsteps hadn't merely followed me. They had COPID me. Every movement, every pause, every step. The thing beneath the ice wasn't tracking me. It was studying me. A sudden gust of wind swept across the lake. Snow exploded around me. Visibility vanished for several seconds. When the air cleared again, the shadow was gone. The darkness below looked empty. I stumbled back toward the truck. My hands shook so badly, I nearly dropped the keys. The engine finally started. I pulled onto the road and drove. Fast. The storm intensified quickly. Snow covered the highway. Visibility shrank to almost nothing. The world beyond my headlights disappeared. For nearly an hour I drove through white emptiness. Gradually my breathing slowed. The fear began fading. Then the scanner beeped. A proximity alert. I looked down. The display showed movement beneath the road, keeping pace with my vehicle. My stomach dropped. The signal traveled beside me. Not ahead, not behind, directly underneath. The marker moved whenever I moved, accelerated whenever I accelerated, slowed whenever I slowed. I stared at the screen, unable to look away. Then the signal stopped. For one brief second, relief washed through me. Maybe it was finally gone. Maybe. The scanner emitted a warning tone. The signal had reappeared. Not beneath the truck. Ahead. Waiting. Several hundred feet in front of me. Standing motionless beneath the ice. As if it already knew exactly where I was going. And for the first time since arriving en route Delta, I began to wonder something far worse than what was under the ice. I wondered how long it had been watching from down there before it decided to reveal itself. The first time I saw it, I thought it was just a trick of light. That was the lie I told myself. The truth felt too strange to touch. I was standing beside my patrol truck near kilometer 73, staring down through a fracture in the ice. The crack had spread overnight, not enough to close the road, but enough for inspection crews to take interest. My flashlight beam slipped through the opening, and something moved below. At first I assumed it was another vehicle, just another set of headlights traveling beneath the surface. But this time was different. The lights weren't underneath me. They were underneath the road itself, far below, moving through that impossible second highway we had discovered days earlier. The hidden road, the one that wasn't supposed to exist. I lowered myself onto one knee. Cold wind scraped across the ice fields around me. The darkness below seemed endless. Then the headlights disappeared. I exhaled. Relief washed through me. Maybe I had imagined. Movement. A shape emerged from the darkness. A truck. Its roof appeared first. Then its windshield. Then the entire vehicle slid beneath the frozen surface. I froze. My patrol truck sat 20 feet behind me. The vehicle below looked exactly like it. Same size, same markings, same light bar. For a moment I couldn't breathe. The truck beneath the ice wasn't driving across the hidden highway. It was driving directly underneath me, matching my position, following the same route, as if there were two roads, one above, one below, and both occupied. A knot formed in my stomach. The truck passed beneath the crack. The windshield flashed in my light, and I caught a glimpse of the driver. Only a glimpse, not enough to see details, just enough to know someone was there, watching upward, watching me. The truck vanished into darkness. I stood there for several seconds. The wind howled across the frozen lake. Everything felt normal again, except my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Back inside the cab, I radioed dispatch. I almost didn't. I already knew what they would say. Static crackled. Then the dispatcher answered. I explained what I had seen. Silence followed. A long silence. Finally, the dispatcher sighed. You're reporting visual fatigue. No. Another pause. Then he said something that made my skin crawl. There is no lower roadway. The line went dead. I stared at the radio. Those exact words again. No lower roadway. No hidden highway. No phantom trucks. No voices. No breathing beneath the ice. Every report denied. Every witness ignored. Yet the road beneath us remained. I had seen it. I knew I had. Outside the windshield, snow drifted across the frozen landscape. I started the engine. The route still needed inspection. And somewhere ahead, questions were waiting. The farther north I drove, the quieter the world became. The wind faded. The engine noise seemed distant. Even the tires sounded strange against the ice, almost muted, as if something underneath was absorbing the sound. Twilight settled across the horizon. The sky turned blue-gray. The frozen road stretched endlessly ahead. Then something flashed beside me. A reflection. I glanced toward the passenger window. Nothing. Just darkness. I kept driving. A minute later, it happened again. Another flash. This time from below. My eyes dropped to the ice. For half a second, I saw headlights moving beneath the surface, keeping pace. My pulse quickened. The hidden road was still there, and something was still using it. I increased speed. The lights below increased speed. I slowed. They slowed. A chill spread through my chest. It was matching me. Exactly. The realization felt worse than fear. It felt personal, like whatever existed down there wasn't simply traveling. It was paying attention. Night fully arrived. The darkness deepened. Snow began falling again. The road vanished into swirling white ahead. Then my headlights struck another fracture. A long crack stretched across the ice. Fresh, wide enough to see through. I pulled over. Part of me wanted to keep driving. Part of me wanted answers. The second part won. I stepped out. The cold hit immediately. The temperature had dropped hard. Every breath burned. I approached the crack and looked down. At first I saw nothing. Only darkness. Then movement. Headlights. Closer this time. Much closer. The vehicle emerged from beneath the shadows. My stomach dropped. It wasn't just similar to my patrol truck. It was identical. Every detail. Every marking. Even the small dent near the rear panel. The dent my truck had gotten last winter. The vehicle below had it too. I backed away from the crack. My heartbeat hammered inside my ears. The truck beneath the ice continued forward. Then something impossible happened. The driver turned toward me. I could see him clearly now. Or at least I thought I could. Because the face staring upward was mine. Not exactly mine. Something was wrong. Distorted. Stretched. Like a reflection trapped in moving water. But it was still me. Same eyes. Same beard. Same patrol jacket. The same scar near my chin. I stumbled backward. The figure below never looked away. Its hands remained on the steering wheel. Its expression never changed. Then the truck vanished into darkness again, leaving me alone above the crack. My legs felt weak. I stood there staring into the black void, trying to convince myself I had missing it, trying to force logic onto something that refused logic. But deep down I knew I had seen myself, or something pretending to be me. Back in the truck, I sat without moving. The heater hummed softly. Snow tapped against the windshield. I should have turned around. Any sane person would have. Instead, I kept driving, because another question had appeared, and I couldn't let it go. If there was another version of me beneath the ice, where was it going? Hours passed. The storm worsened. Visibility dropped. The world outside became a wall of white. Then I noticed another strange detail. Every mile marker I passed appeared twice. The physical sign above, and a second shadow beneath the ice. A mirrored version, facing the opposite direction. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. The hidden road wasn't random. It mirrored ours. Everything mirrored ours. The signs, the vehicles, maybe even the people. The realization settled heavily inside me. What if that road had always existed? What if we'd simply never noticed? A burst of static interrupted my thoughts. The radio. I hadn't touched it, yet it crackled to life. A voice emerged. Weak, distant, almost buried beneath noise. At first, I couldn't understand it. Then the words became clear. Do not stop. I froze. The voice sounded like me. Not similar. Identical. The same tone. The same accent. My own voice. The radio crackled again. Keep moving. I stared at the speaker. My throat felt dry. The transmission continued. If you stop, he catches up. Static swallowed the rest. Then silence returned. For several moments, I couldn't move. Questions raced through my head. Who was speaking? The reflection. The thing beneath the ice. A future version of me. Or something else entirely. I didn't know. But fear had changed shape. Before, I feared what was beneath the road. Now I feared what might happen if it reached me. I pressed the accelerator. The truck surged forward. Snow whipped past the windshield. Darkness surrounded me. Miles disappeared beneath the tires. Then I saw something in the mirror. Headlights. Far behind. Two pale points glowing through the storm. My stomach tightened. I already knew what vehicle it was. I didn't need to check. I didn't need confirmation. Because deep inside I felt the truth. The truck beneath the ice was no longer beneath the ice. And as the distance slowly closed between us, I realized something even worse. The figure driving it wasn't looking at the road. It was looking directly at me. The crack appeared directly beneath my truck. 1 second the ice was solid. The next, a dark line shot across the roadway like a lightning bolt trapped under glass. I jerked the wheel instinctively. The patrol truck swerved. Tires slid across frozen snow. For a terrifying moment, I thought the entire road was about to collapse. Then the crack stopped. Silence returned. Only the engine remained. Only my breathing. Only the headlights behind me. Truck 17. Still following. Still gaining. I stared into the rearview mirror. Its lights glowed through the storm. Steady. Patient. Not rushing. Not slowing. Just closing the distance 1 mile at a time. Like it knew something I didn't. My radio hissed. Static filled the cab. Then my own voice emerged again. We're running out of road. The transmission ended. A cold sensation crawled up my spine. Not fear. Something worse. Recognition. The voice sounded exhausted. Like someone who had been trapped for years. Like someone who already knew how this night ended. I pressed harder on the accelerator. Snow blasted across the windshield. The frozen highway stretched ahead into darkness. But something felt different. The road seemed thinner. Fragile. The deep groaning sounds I'd been hearing all week were growing louder. Long, slow noises. Like enormous pressure moving beneath the ice. The hidden road. The lower road. Whatever existed down, there was no longer staying quiet. A mile later, another crack appeared. This one didn't stop. It raced across the ice ahead of me. Left, right, forward. Branches splitting and spreading like veins. My headlights followed them into the darkness. And suddenly, I realized they weren't random. The fractures outlined shapes. Road markings. Lanes. Curves. An entire highway pattern beneath the surface. The lower road was directly under me. Not hundreds of feet below. Not far away. Only a thin layer of ice separated us. The realization made my stomach drop. All this time, I had imagined distance, depth, safety, but there was almost nothing between the two roads. Just frozen water. Just ice. The radio crackled again. This time another voice answered. Not mine. Not dispatch. A deep voice buried beneath static. Vehicle count confirmed. My hands tightened around the wheel. The words felt familiar. I had heard something similar before. Then memory struck me. Channel 0. The voice beneath the ice. Counting patrol vehicles. Tracking them. Watching them. I looked at the empty road ahead. Suddenly, I no longer felt alone. The storm intensified. Snow swallowed everything beyond the headlights. The world shrank to a tunnel of white. Then Truck 17 disappeared. I blinked, checked the mirror again. Nothing. No headlights. No truck. Only darkness. A wave of relief washed over me. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever had been following me had finally vanished. For the first time in hours, my shoulders relaxed. I even laughed once. A nervous little laugh. The kind people make when they've survived something terrible. Then my headlights illuminated fresh tire tracks. Directly ahead. My relief vanished instantly. The tracks hadn't been there a second earlier. They emerged from the snow right in front of my truck. Two parallel lines stretching into the darkness. Truck 17's tracks. But they weren't leading away. They were joining the road from the side. As if the truck had appeared beside me. Not behind me. Beside me. My heartbeat accelerated. I looked left. Nothing. Only blowing snow. Then lightning flashed far beyond the horizon. A brief blue-white burst. And for half a second I saw it. An entire roadway running alongside mine. Under the ice. Perfectly parallel. Filled with vehicles. Dozens of them. Patrol trucks. Haulers. Maintenance vehicles. All moving in the same direction. Every one illuminated by pale headlights. Every one silent. The flash vanished. Darkness returned. But the image remained burned into my mind. The lower road was occupied. Crowded. Alive. My radio exploded with static. Voices poured through simultaneously. Hundreds of voices. Overlapping. Whispering. Talking. Calling coordinates. Vehicle numbers. Names. Some sounded frightened. Others sounded calm. A few sounded decades old. As if broadcasts from different years were playing together. I reached for the radio. The moment my fingers touched it, every voice stopped. One remained. My voice. Again. Only this time it sounded terrifying. If the road opens, don't look down. The transmission ended. I stared at the speaker. My pulse hammered. Too late. I knew I would look. Anyone would. The first collapse happened 3 minutes later. The ice ahead shattered. A section of roadway dropped several feet. Snow exploded upward. I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded sideways and stopped barely 20 yards from the edge. For several seconds, I couldn't move. Couldn't think. The world was silent. Then I stepped out. The cold hit immediately. Wind screamed across the frozen lake. I approached the collapse and looked down. My flashlight trembled. Not because of the wind. Because of what it revealed. The lower road was real. Completely real. An entire highway existed beneath us. Wide. Maintained. Stretching endlessly through darkness. Vehicles moved across it. Headlights drifted silently along frozen lanes. Patrol trucks. Snowplows. Transport vehicles. Some looked decades old. Others looked brand new. All traveling. All occupied. The hidden road had never been empty. Not once. I stood frozen at the edge, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then movement caught my eye. One of the vehicles below stopped. A patrol truck. My patrol truck. The same number. The same damage. The same equipment. The driver door opened. Something climbed out. At first it looked human. A man wearing a patrol jacket. Heavy winter gear. reflective stripes. He stood beneath the broken ice, looking upward, directly at me. Then more figures appeared. Another stepped from a nearby truck. Then another. Then another. Dozens emerging from vehicles across the hidden highway. Every one staring upward. Every one motionless. The beam of my flashlight swept across them, and my stomach twisted. Some had faces. Some didn't. Some looked frozen, in the middle of changing into something else, as if human shapes had been stretched and distorted by years trapped beneath the ice. Then one of them raised an arm. The others followed, dozens of hands lifting toward the surface. Toward me. The ice groaned. A deep thunder rolled through the frozen lake. The figures below began moving. Not walking. Climbing. The nearest ones reached the underside of the ice. Their hands pressed against it. Cracks spread outward instantly. Spiderweb fractures raced beneath my boots. I stumbled backward. More hands appeared. More shapes. Hundreds now. Maybe thousands. The entire hidden highway seemed alive with movement. All of them rising. All of them climbing. Trying to reach the road above. Trying to reach my side. The ice screamed. A horrible sound. Not natural. Not mechanical. Something between metal and an animal in pain. I ran. Every survival instinct finally took control. I sprinted back to the truck. Jumped inside. Locked the doors. The engine roared. The road shook beneath me. In the mirror, the collapse widened. The opening spread across the frozen highway. And from that darkness, I saw the first figure break through. A pale hand emerged above the surface. Then an arm. Then another. Something was coming up. Something that had spent years below. Maybe decades. I didn't stay to watch. I drove. Faster than I ever had. The storm swallowed everything behind me. The collapse disappeared. The lights vanished. Eventually, dawn appeared on the horizon. Gray and cold. I crossed the final checkpoint just after sunrise. Safe. Alive. At least physically. The official report blamed shifting ice pressure. Natural causes. No mention of hidden roads. No mention of people beneath the surface. No mention of Truck 17. They closed the case before sunset. Just another incident. Just another patrol report. But sometimes late at night, I still hear radio static. And buried beneath it, I hear traffic. Engines. Voices. Thousands of vehicles moving somewhere below. Still traveling that impossible highway. Still heading in the same direction. And every once in a while, one question keeps me awake. If all those things were trying to climb out, what exactly were they running from deeper down the road? The assignment should have felt like a reward. Instead, it felt like a goodbye nobody wanted to say out loud. The email arrived just before sunset. One final patrol. Route Delta. Highway 37. The old ice road section, scheduled for permanent closure at sunrise. I stared at the screen longer than necessary. The message was only 3 lines long. No special instructions. No warnings. Just a route number and a sign-off from operations. Simple. Routine. But something about it bothered me. Maybe because Highway 37 had been part of my life for almost 8 winters. Maybe because roads aren't supposed to die. Yet that's exactly what this felt like. A funeral. Outside the operations building, snow drifted across the parking lot under orange floodlights. Workers were already removing equipment from storage trailers. Temporary fencing sat stacked near the maintenance yard. By tomorrow afternoon, the route would officially cease to exist. The ice was still thick, still safe, but newer supply routes had replaced it years ago. The company no longer wanted to maintain it, so Highway 37 was being erased. Just like that, I grabbed my gear and headed for the truck. The sky above the frozen lake looked strange. Heavy clouds rolled across the horizon, dark and low, the kind of clouds that made daylight disappear early, the kind that seemed to absorb sound. As I climbed into the patrol vehicle, I noticed someone standing near the garage doors. Old Man Walker, one of the longest-serving inspectors in the region. Retired now. Nobody knew why he still came around. He stood with his hands buried inside a thick winter coat, watching me, watching the truck. When I waved, he didn't wave back. Instead, he slowly walked toward me. His boots crunched through the snow. "You got Delta tonight." I nodded. His expression changed. Only slightly, but enough to make my stomach tighten. "Last run," I said. "Looks that way." The wind rattled loose metal somewhere behind him. For several seconds he said nothing. Then he glanced toward the dark horizon. "Stay on the marked route." I laughed. That's usually the plan. He didn't smile. That bothered me more than the warning. Walker had spent 30 years on ice roads. The man joked about everything. Except now. He leaned closer to my window. "If you see headlights where there shouldn't be any." He stopped. His eyes drifted toward the frozen lake, as if he suddenly regretted speaking. Then he shook his head. "Forget it." "What headlights?" But he was already walking away, leaving me alone with the question. I watched him disappear into the snow. Something about the conversation stayed with me. A small splinter in the back of my mind. The kind that keeps digging deeper. I started the engine. The truck vibrated softly beneath me. The dashboard lights glowed green. The familiar comfort of routine settled in. Inspection logs. Radio check. Weather confirmation. Everything normal. Everything exactly as it should be. At least for now. The entrance to Highway 37 sat 15 miles north of the operations center. By the time I reached it, darkness had arrived. The road stretched across the frozen lake like a pale ribbon. Reflective markers lined both sides. Snow fences stood half buried beneath drifting snow. A sign greeted incoming traffic. Highway 37. Closure scheduled 600 hours. Thank you for 8 years of service. I slowed briefly. Something about the sign felt oddly emotional, like the road itself was saying goodbye. Then I continued forward. The ice groaned beneath the tires. Not unusual. Ice roads always made noise. They shifted, expanded, settled. You learn to live with those sounds. But tonight they seemed louder, deeper, almost deliberate. The radio crackled. Dispatch performed the routine check-in. I answered. Everything normal. Everything accounted for. The conversation ended. Silence returned. Miles passed. Nothing happened. No vehicles. No wildlife. No weather alerts. Just darkness. Just snow. Just the endless frozen highway. For a while, I began feeling foolish. Maybe I had let Walker's warning get inside my head. Maybe the closure had everyone feeling nostalgic. People create stories when things end. Ghost stories. Road legends. Superstition. Maybe this was no different. Then I reached kilometer 41 and noticed something strange. A roadside marker was missing. I slowed immediately. My headlights swept across the shoulder. The post should have been there. Every marker on the route was mapped and logged. Missing signs were unusual, especially this close to closure. I parked and stepped outside. Cold air stabbed my lungs. The wind had picked up. Snow hissed across the ice like sandpaper. I walked toward the empty spot. The mounting bracket remained. The sign itself was gone. No debris. No broken pieces. Nothing. As if someone had removed it. Recently, I crouched beside the bracket. My flashlight illuminated fresh scratches in the metal. Not weather damage. Tool marks. Someone had taken the sign. A strange feeling settled over me. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here. The route had been closed to civilian traffic all week. Only maintenance crews had access, and all crews had already been pulled off. I scanned the darkness. Nothing moved. Nothing answered. Just wind. I logged the damage and returned to the truck. Yet the unease remained. Small, persistent, growing. As I continued north, the storm clouds thickened. Visibility dropped. The world outside shrank to whatever my headlights could reach. Beyond that was only darkness. Then another odd thing happened. A radio transmission cut through the static. Brief, weak, barely understandable. I immediately reached for the volume knob. The voice vanished before I could react. I stared at the radio. Maybe another patrol unit. Maybe interference. But something felt wrong. The transmission hadn't sounded current. It sounded old. Like a recording. The kind of audio you hear on damaged tapes. I requested confirmation from dispatch. No response. I tried again. Nothing. A burst of static answered instead. Then silence. The signal bars remained normal. The equipment showed no faults. Yet the radio suddenly felt different. Untrustworthy. I drove another 10 miles before reaching the northern inspection zone. The area sat near a frozen ridge where wind-carved ice formations rose from the lake's surface. Beautiful during daylight, unsettling at night. My headlights swept across the frozen shapes. Long shadows stretched between them. For a moment, I thought I saw movement. A figure standing among the ice formations. Watching, I immediately stopped. My pulse quickened. I focused harder. The shape remained motionless. Then another sweep of the headlights revealed the truth. Just ice. Nothing more. I laughed quietly, trying to shake off the tension, trying to convince myself everything was normal. But as I prepared to move again, my headlights caught something else. Not a person, not an animal, a vehicle, far ahead, almost beyond visibility. 2 tiny points of white light. Headlights. I blinked, looked again. Still there. My stomach tightened instantly. No vehicles were scheduled on Highway 37 tonight. None. The route was closed. Yet someone was out there, waiting, or moving. I couldn't tell which. For several seconds, the distant lights remained perfectly still. Then slowly, they disappeared behind blowing snow. Gone. Just like that. I sat frozen behind the steering wheel, listening to the wind, listening to the engine, remembering Walker's warning. If you see headlights where there shouldn't be any. The thought lingered in the darkness. And somewhere beyond the storm, hidden beyond the edge of my vision, I couldn't shake the feeling that another vehicle had just begun its final patrol too. The first road marker disappeared at 11:43 p.m. I remember the exact time because I looked at my dashboard twice, thinking I had made a mistake. 1 second, the reflective sign stood on the right side of the ice road. The next second it was gone. No broken post, no debris, nothing, just empty snow. My patrol truck rolled forward through the darkness, while the headlights painted long white tunnels across the frozen surface. I slowed down and checked my mirrors. The marker should have still been visible behind me. But there was only darkness. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. Not fear. Not yet. Just confusion. Route 37 had already been shut down to commercial traffic. My assignment was simple: drive the final inspection route, confirm the remaining safety markers, report any structural changes before permanent closure. Easy work. Boring work. At least that was what I had thought when my shift started. I picked up the radio. Marker Delta 7 missing. Static crackled. Then dispatch answered. Copy that. The voice sounded tired. Normal. Everything felt normal again. I kept driving. The wind scraped across the ice in long whispers. Snow drifted over sections of road like pale smoke. The world beyond my headlights didn't seem real anymore. Just black sky. White ice. Nothing else. 10 minutes later, I reached the next marker. Or at least I should have. The GPS indicated its location. The route map indicated its location. But the sign wasn't there. I slowed to a crawl. My headlights swept across the shoulder. Nothing. No tracks. No damage. No sign. Just smooth snow. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. 2 missing markers. That wasn't normal. I radioed dispatch again. Delta 8 also missing. A pause. Longer this time. Then the response came. Copy. The voice sounded strange now, as if the operator was distracted by something else. I glanced at the rearview mirror. For a second, I thought I saw headlights far behind me. The lights vanished when I looked directly at them. I told myself it was reflection from the snow. Nothing more. Still, I checked my mirrors 3 more times. The road remained empty. I continued north. The further I drove, the quieter everything became. Even the wind seemed weaker. The silence felt wrong, like something was waiting. Another 20 minutes passed. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The next marker was disappearing while I watched. Not falling, not breaking, disappearing. My headlights illuminated it clearly. A tall reflective post standing beside the road. Then a gust of snow crossed between us. Just a thin curtain. Less than a second. When the snow cleared, the marker was gone. I slammed the brakes. The truck slid slightly before stopping. For several seconds, I simply stared. My heartbeat echoed inside my ears. That wasn't possible. I climbed out. The cold hit me immediately. The air felt sharp enough to cut skin. My flashlight beam swept across the shoulder. No post. No hole. No broken metal. Nothing. The surface looked untouched, as if the marker had never existed. I walked several circles around the area. The snow remained smooth, pristine. My breathing grew faster. Something wasn't right. Something was very wrong. Then I noticed footprints. One set, fresh, leading away from the road. I froze. Nobody should have been out there. The route was closed. The nearest station sat almost 70 miles away. Yet footprints crossed the snow and disappeared into darkness. I followed them with my flashlight. After 30 yards, they simply ended. Not turned, not buried, ended. The last print stopped in open snow. Beyond it, there was nothing. My throat felt dry. I returned to the truck. As soon as I shut the door, relief washed over me. The cab felt safe, contained, rational. I started the engine again. The familiar vibration settled my nerves. Then the radio spoke. I hadn't touched it. Marker 12 removed. The voice crackled through static. I frowned. That wasn't dispatch. The transmission sounded old, distorted, like a recording from decades ago. A few seconds later, another voice answered. Marker 13 removed. Then silence. I grabbed the microphone. Dispatch, did you copy that? No response. Only static. I tried again. Nothing. The radio suddenly felt very loud inside the cab. I turned the volume down. The silence that followed felt worse. I kept driving. The road stretched endlessly ahead. Every mile seemed darker than the last. One by one, the markers vanished. Sometimes I would find an empty location where a sign should have been. Other times, I would actually see them disappear. A flash of drifting snow. A blink. Then gone. As if something ahead of me was erasing them. Not destroying them. Erasing them. Like removing lines from a drawing. By midnight, nearly half the route markers were gone. I considered turning back. The thought stayed in my head longer than I wanted to admit. But protocol demanded completion of the inspection. At least that was the excuse I gave myself. The truth was simpler. I needed answers. I needed to know what was happening out there. A few miles later, I found another clue. The road sign for Junction Echo stood ahead. A large reflective marker mounted on steel poles, visible from almost half a mile away. I watched it carefully. The sign remained there. Steady, solid, real. Then something moved beyond it. Not the sign. Something behind it. A shadow. Tall, thin, crossing the road. I blinked. The figure vanished. And so did the sign. The entire structure disappeared. Steel poles. Reflective panel. Everything. My foot eased off the accelerator. Fear finally arrived. Not panic. Not terror. Just a deep feeling that I was no longer alone. The dashboard clock ticked forward. 12:19 a.m. The road ahead narrowed between ice ridges. Visibility dropped. Snow drifted through the beams of my headlights. Then I saw fresh tracks crossing the road. Vehicle tracks. Heavy ones. Large truck tires. I stopped beside them. The tracks moved north. Same direction I was traveling. But they hadn't been there earlier. Someone was ahead of me. The realization brought brief relief. At least it was something real. Something explainable. I followed the tracks. For several miles, they remained visible. Then they suddenly stopped. No turnoff. No side road. No missing section. Just a complete end. The tire marks vanished exactly like the footprints had. As though the vehicle had simply lifted into the darkness. I stared through the windshield. My hands felt numb despite the heater running. Then the radio came alive again. A burst of static. A distant voice. barely audible. All markers removed. Another voice answered. Road ready. The transmission ended. My blood turned cold. Road ready. Ready for what? I looked ahead, and for the first time that night, I realized something I should have noticed much earlier. The markers weren't disappearing randomly. They were vanishing in order, one after another. Northbound, like something was clearing a path, preparing the route, preparing it for someone, or something. Far ahead, beyond the next curtain of drifting snow, a pair of faint headlights appeared. They sat motionless on the horizon, waiting, and somehow, deep down, I knew they had been waiting for me the entire night. The headlights ahead should have been getting closer. Instead, they stayed exactly the same distance away. That was the first thing that truly scared me. Not the disappearing signs, not the strange radio messages, not even the empty road stretching across the frozen wilderness. It was those headlights. No matter how long I drove, they remained fixed on the horizon like two pale stars hanging over the ice. I checked my speed. 40 miles per hour. Then 50. The distance never changed. A knot tightened in my stomach. The dashboard clock showed 12:41 a.m. I looked back at the GPS screen. At least that still made sense. A blue route line stretched behind me toward the station. My current position blinked steadily. Everything looked normal. Then the map shifted. I almost missed it. The screen flickered once. The blue route bent slightly to the east. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Road routes didn't move. I slowed down and watched. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the line moved again. Not much. Just enough for me to notice. Like a worm twisting beneath glass. I grabbed the GPS unit and tapped the screen. The route recalculated. The blue line now showed a different path ahead. A path I had never seen before. I checked the road chart stored in the truck. Nothing matched. No alternate route existed in that section. Just open ice. My pulse quickened. I radioed dispatch. Control, GPS is showing an unregistered road east of Route 37. Static answered. Then silence. I tried again. Nothing. The radio had become useless. Only occasional bursts of static came through now. And every time they did, I found myself listening for those strange voices. Part of me hoped I wouldn't hear them. Another part wanted answers. I hated that part. I kept driving. The headlights ahead remained motionless. The GPS route continued pulling east. Every few minutes, the map adjusted itself again. Small changes, tiny corrections, like something was guiding me, leading me somewhere. The realization made my hands sweat despite the cold. Outside, the landscape had changed. The familiar marker poles were gone. The last official sign had disappeared nearly 30 minutes earlier. Now there was only open ice. White ridges, black sky, endless darkness. The truck felt very small out there. A lone machine crawling across a frozen ocean. The GPS chimed suddenly. A new turn appeared. Turn right in 200 feet. I stared at the screen. There was no road. Nothing but untouched snow. The truck rolled forward. The instruction repeated. Turn right. I laughed nervously. Actually laughed. Because the alternative was admitting I felt afraid. Then the headlights ahead moved. For the first time all night. They drifted slowly to the right, following the same path shown on my GPS. The laughter died instantly. My mouth went dry. I looked from the lights to the screen, back to the lights. The route and the headlights matched perfectly. That couldn't be coincidence. I should have turned around. I know that now. But curiosity can be stronger than fear, especially when fear hasn't shown its full face yet. I eased the steering wheel right. The truck left the official road. Snow crunched beneath the tires. The suspension bounced gently. No markers, no route signs, nothing, just the GPS guiding me deeper into darkness. The moment I left Route 37, the headlights ahead began moving again. Always the same distance away. Always leading. Never closer. Never farther. My heart sank. I realized I wasn't following them. They were guiding me. The thought sat heavily in my chest. Minutes passed. Then the GPS changed again. The map zoomed outward. New roads appeared. Dozens of them. Thin white lines branching across the frozen landscape. I had never seen them before. No survey maps showed them. No maintenance records mentioned them. Yet there they were. Entire highways spreading beneath the ice. Some stretched for miles. Others disappeared into blank areas where no data existed. The screen displayed labels. Road 12, Road 8, South Crossing, Marker Route. Names I had never heard. Names that shouldn't have existed. I felt a brief surge of relief. Maybe there was a technical explanation. Maybe old mapping data had somehow surfaced. Maybe. Then I noticed the dates. Each road carried a year. My relief vanished. Those weren't route numbers. They were years. The years felt wrong somehow. Like obituary dates. The truck rolled onward. The heater hummed softly. Outside, wind drifted across the ice in pale waves. Then another change appeared on the GPS. A blinking icon. A vehicle marker. Ahead of me. The same location as the headlights. I selected it. The screen displayed information. Vehicle active. Status unknown. Last registered, February 14, 1961. I nearly swerved. The truck bounced over rough ice. My breathing became shallow. No vehicle remained active for 60 years. The icon flickered. Then another appeared behind it. And another. And another. Soon a line of vehicle markers stretched across the screen. All moving along the same route. All decades old. All supposedly active. I couldn't look away. The dates continued appearing. A convoy of impossible vehicles moving through places that didn't exist. The radio crackled. I nearly dropped the microphone. A voice emerged from static. Calm. Clear. Male. Maintain distance. I froze. The transmission continued. Do not pass the lead vehicle. Static swallowed the message. I stared at the radio. The voice hadn't sounded distorted this time. It sounded normal. Human. Almost professional. As if giving routine instructions. A chill crept through me. I checked the rearview mirror. My blood turned to ice. Headlights. Far behind me. At least 6 pairs. Maybe more. They weren't there before. I knew they weren't. Yet now they followed my truck across the frozen darkness. Perfectly aligned. Silent. Steady. I couldn't see the vehicles themselves. Only their lights. They stretched across the horizon like a chain of distant stars. My hands trembled. I accelerated. The lights accelerated too. I slowed down. They slowed down. always maintaining distance, exactly like the voice had instructed. The GPS suddenly zoomed in. A destination marker appeared ahead. The screen displayed a single phrase: "Final crossing." I stared at the words. The headlights in front continued leading me forward. The headlights behind continued following. I was trapped between them, a strange convoy moving through roads that shouldn't exist. Then something appeared ahead. At first, I thought it was a ridge, a large dark shape rising from the frozen terrain. But as I got closer, I realized it was too straight, too symmetrical. It stretched across the horizon, massive, silent, and impossible. A bridge, an enormous ice bridge rising from the darkness. The GPS route led directly toward it. The headlights ahead began climbing the structure, one by one, disappearing into fog. My truck's navigation system chimed softly, arriving at crossing point. For a moment, I considered stopping, turning around, running, anything. But when I glanced into the rearview mirror again, the following headlights had moved closer, much closer, close enough now that I could see shapes behind them. Large vehicles, old vehicles, patrol trucks, snow haulers, machines from different decades, all moving silently through the night. And every single one was heading toward the bridge. The GPS flickered one final time. The map vanished completely. In its place appeared a single sentence: "Welcome back." I stared at those words as the truck rolled forward, because I had never been there before. At least, I didn't think I had. The road was supposed to end at marker 0. That was the whole reason I had been sent out there. One final patrol. One final confirmation. After tonight, that section of Highway 37 would be officially abandoned and removed from every active route map. But when I finally saw marker 0 standing in my headlights, I felt something cold settle inside my chest. Because the road didn't look finished. It looked like it was waiting. Snow drifted across the ice in thin ribbons. The marker stood alone in the darkness, a rusted metal sign half buried in frost. Marker 0. End of route. Beyond it stretched a wall of darkness so complete that my headlights seemed to dissolve before reaching it. I slowed the truck. The engine hummed beneath me. The radio hissed softly. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then the radio crackled. A voice emerged through the static: "Do not continue beyond the end." I froze. The transmission lasted barely 2 seconds. Then it vanished. I grabbed the microphone. "Dispatch, repeat transmission." Only static answered. I checked the channel. Same frequency. Same settings. Nothing unusual. Yet my hands felt colder now. The voice hadn't sounded like dispatch. It sounded terrified. I looked back toward marker 0. The sign seemed smaller somehow, like it was sinking into the ice. I blinked. The illusion disappeared. I told myself it was exhaustion. Too many nights on frozen roads. Too many hours alone. I eased forward. The truck rolled toward the final marker. The closer I got, the stranger the darkness beyond it seemed. It wasn't fog. It wasn't snowfall. It looked more like an absence, a space where light simply stopped existing. My headlights reached the sign. Then the darkness swallowed everything beyond. I stopped beside marker 0. According to every map I carried, there should have been nothing ahead. No road. No ice bridge. Nothing. Just unstable frozen terrain. I reached for my clipboard. Completed inspection. End of route confirmed. Simple. Easy. I should have turned around right then. Instead, I looked forward one more time and noticed something impossible. Tracks, fresh tire tracks, leading beyond the marker. I stared at them. Two clear lines pressed into the snow. Someone had driven past the official end of the road. Recently, maybe within hours. I stepped out of the truck. The cold hit instantly. Wind pushed against my jacket. My boots crunched over packed snow. I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They continued straight ahead, vanishing into the darkness. A knot formed in my stomach. No vehicles were authorized out here. Not anymore. Most drivers avoided this section entirely. Yet someone had gone beyond the endpoint. I knelt beside the tracks. The tread pattern looked old. Very old. Like the tires belonged to equipment from another decade. A memory surfaced. Truck 17. The same tread design. The same vehicle that had appeared and disappeared along Highway 37. The same truck dispatch claimed never existed. I stood quickly. My pulse had started climbing. The wind seemed louder now, almost like distant whispering. I looked around. Nothing moved. Nothing except the snow. Then I heard a sound. An engine. Far ahead. Deep in the darkness. A low rumbling growl. I spun toward it. The noise lasted only a few seconds, then faded. But it had been real. I knew it. Someone was out there, somewhere beyond the end of the road. I returned to the truck. Every instinct told me to leave. Instead, I started the engine and followed the tracks. Just a little farther. Just enough to identify whoever was driving. That was the excuse I gave myself. The truth was different. I needed to know. Needed to understand why Highway 37 kept leading me toward things that shouldn't exist. The truck moved slowly forward. Past marker 0. Past the official end of the world. The darkness swallowed me almost immediately. My headlights illuminated only a narrow tunnel ahead. Everything else vanished. The GPS screen flickered, then went black. A second later, it rebooted. The map loaded. My stomach tightened. The road ahead was visible now. A road that shouldn't have existed. A white line stretched forward across the screen, continuing for miles. I stopped breathing. Earlier, that same map had shown empty terrain beyond marker 0. Now it displayed an entire route. The line extended deeper into unknown territory, as if it had always been there. The radio crackled again. Turn back. The voice sounded closer this time, almost familiar. You're already too far. I grabbed the microphone. Who is this? No answer. Only static. But hidden beneath the static, I heard something else. Breathing. Slow. Heavy. Like someone standing inches from the microphone. Listening. The road curved ahead. I followed it. The landscape changed gradually. SNOWBANKS grew taller. Ice ridges rose from the frozen ground like enormous walls. The farther I drove, the less natural everything appeared. The ice looked shaped, carved, as though someone had built structures beneath the snow. Then I noticed lights, tiny points of yellow, far ahead. My heart skipped. Buildings, at least that's what they resembled. A cluster of lights shining through the darkness. I accelerated. Relief flooded through me. Maybe there was an old maintenance station. Maybe everything had a rational explanation. Maybe The lights vanished. Gone. Just like that. The darkness returned. My relief disappeared with them. I kept driving. Minutes passed. Or maybe longer. Time felt strange out there. The road stretched endlessly ahead. The fuel gauge hadn't moved. The clock on the dashboard remained frozen at 2:17. Nothing changed, except the feeling that something was following me. I checked the mirror. Empty road. Darkness. Snow. Nothing else. Then I checked again. A pair of headlights glowed in the distance. Far behind. My chest tightened. The lights remained steady. Watching. Following. I knew those headlights. Truck 17. It had found me again. I pushed harder on the accelerator. The patrol truck surged forward. The headlights behind me stayed exactly the same distance away. Not gaining. Not falling behind. Just matching my speed. Perfectly. I drove faster. The lights remained. My hands gripped the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. Then the road ahead suddenly dropped. I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded sideways. Snow sprayed across the windshield. The vehicle stopped only yards from the edge. I stared forward, unable to understand what I was seeing. The road didn't end. It descended. The ice had opened into a massive slope leading downward. Far downward, like a frozen ramp, disappearing beneath the earth itself. The sight made my brain rebel. There should have been bedrock below. Permafrost. Frozen soil. Not another road. Yet there it was. A continuation of Highway 37. Descending into darkness. The lower road. The impossible road I had glimpsed beneath the ice before. Except now it wasn't hidden. Now it was exposed. Open. Waiting. My headlights reached only partway down. The rest vanished into blackness. I stepped out of the truck. The wind was gone. Complete silence surrounded me. I walked toward the edge. The frozen slope stretched downward for what looked like miles. Road markers lined both sides. Old markers. Rust-covered. Ancient. As though vehicles had been traveling that route for decades. A distant engine echoed from below. Then another. Then another. Not one vehicle. Many. I felt my stomach twist. Movement appeared deep beneath the darkness. Headlights. Dozens of them. Tiny points of light crawling along the lower road. Traveling in both directions. An entire stream of traffic. Silent. Endless. I stared in disbelief. Every light moved steadily forward. No sudden turns. No stops. Just an endless procession disappearing into the dark. And then I realized something worse. None of them were coming toward the surface. They were all going deeper. Every single one. As if something below was calling them. Drawing them downward. Behind me, an engine rumbled. I turned slowly. Truck 17 stood on the road. Its headlights burned through the snow. The driver's side window faced me. For a moment, I thought I saw movement behind the glass. A figure sitting inside. Watching. Waiting. Then the truck began rolling forward. Not toward me. Toward the slope. Toward the lower road. It passed me without slowing. Without making a sound. The vehicle crossed the edge and started descending. Its headlights grew smaller. Farther away. Deeper into the darkness. Until they joined the countless others below. Gone. I stood there alone. Frozen. Watching the impossible road beneath the world. watching the endless line of vehicles disappearing into a place that should not exist. Then the radio hanging from my jacket crackled one last time. The voice returned. Calm now. Almost relieved. You found where it goes. Static filled the speaker. I swallowed hard. Where? For several seconds there was only silence. Then the answer came. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. Keep driving. The transmission ended. And somewhere far below, hidden beneath miles of ice and darkness, hundreds of distant headlights continued moving deeper into whatever waited at the end of that road.